and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the ESL Open Cup Americas, number 239. I'm, of course, your VIP, and with me, I'm joined by these amazing players and the beautiful people in the chat. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to another amazing week of ESL Americas. Exclamation mark B in the chat. The bracket is live. I apologize for the delayed start. We were waiting for our players, but we have them, and it's... we have our players, and it's a mirror matchup in many different ways. Let's go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our Teal Protoss player from the land of South Korea. It is Luna C. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player from the land of the Americas. It is Ninja. Our PvP is upon us. If you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets, get your gamble going on who you believe will take this, as Lunacy, of course, is more of an up-and-coming Korean player. Meanwhile, the cannon, let's go! The Forge has been thrown down, and Ninja, of course, embracing the NA ladder, embracing the NA scene, sending out not just one, sending out two probes. Two probes across the map. And the cannons, they're on the way. They're coming, Papi, they're coming. Here we go. We throw down the first pylon here as a part of the wall, or here on top of the ramp. Lunacy now a little bit aware that something is wrong, suddenly missed a couple of boys are being pulled as well, but the pylons have been thrown down. No cannon yet, but soon the pylons will finish. We are going to be patrolling on the low ground. Nicely done. We do zone away that initial worker. So far, Lunacy is on this, but the cannon is going to be thrown down. We have our first cannon. We fully wall off. We minimize surface area on that initial cannon. And Lunacy forced to cancel the gateway. Gateway was cancelled. More cannons on the way. Likewise, so was the low ground cannon as well. We are once again trying to wall off, trying to reduce surface area on these cannons. Probes under fire. Two probes still up and running, and so far so good. These cannons, it looks like, this cannon even is going to finish. No, it's not. Oh my god. Three probes, just barely enough. Even with the gateway and the pylon, the cannon did go down, and Lunacy defending beautifully. Defending very nicely so far. Now we have another cannon on the way, but this time once again is going to finish. This time only two probes on that cannon, so it looks like it may just be able to finish up in time, but at the same time we're taking so much damage on that cannon already. Gateway is done. Zelda's on the way, and we're breaking through. It looks like we will barely break through. The pylon is going to be going down. More cannons on the way. The cannons is finished. One probe goes down, second probe goes down. We're going to get a third probe as well, but the cannon will eventually fall. We get 4 probe kills. 4 probes go down. Zelda has arrived. Meanwhile, we have another cannon on the right-hand side. It looks like this one will finish as well, but we're not really threatening too much with this cannon. We're slowly leapfrogging forward, though. The first cannon is done. Backup cannons on the way. And there's no Cybercore. Lunacy with the initial cancel of the gateway means no Cybercore, no range-based units. Pylon is going to go down, and Ninja throwing down additional cannons again, slowly leapfrogging forward. We have a cannon, pylon, followed by cannons, pylon, then another line of cannons here as well. We're pushing towards the main base of Lunacy. The slow crawl, the slow siege, and I think we've done it. I think we have done it. Yeah, these cannons, they're going to finish. Ninja, he is doing it. Welcome to the NA ladder. I mean, I say that stalkers are on the way. The first stalker is about to pop out. We're getting there. Again, the first stalker has arrived. Cannons are finishing up. Zelda being targeted. We have one stalker left. One stalker remaining. More cannons on the way. Yeah, Ninja, he's gaining more and more ground. The stalker barely alive. And the cannon rush, it's worked. It took a while to really come to fruition, but yeah, Ninja, he's getting within range of the base of Lunacy. Yeah, unable to respond in time. Typically in PvP, how do you respond to this? You respond with your own forge, with your own defensive cannons. Alas, Lunacy did attempt otherwise, and again is running out of units. Down to 2 stalkers, third stalkers on the way. Gateways under fire. Yeah, we're restoring their mineral line. Looks like Ninja has done it. The NA ladder, it strikes again. We have the overcharge to keep these stalkers alive. We can focus on one cannon potentially, but there's still a field of cannons behind this. And the overcharge is about to run out. These cannons, they're getting within range of the mineral line. GG gets called, the stalker falls, and Ninja takes game number 1. GG. Very intense game one there. Very chaotic as well. Lunacy is coming in as the favored player, but Ninja coming out of left field with the cannon rush. Again, ideally in a PvP, ideally you do want to respond with your own forge, with your own defensive line of cannons, so that eventually you won't be able to maybe not stop the initial wave of cannons from your opponent, but you can kind of like create a wall, create a line that cannot be crossed, where you can kind of defend and fortify your main base and settle into a longer game. At least that's traditionally how we do see a defense play out outside of course, focusing down the cannons and allowing them to finish, which was what Lunacy was trying to go for. Alas, barely did not work out. GG. GG, well played. With that, Ninja takes a lead. And now we're settling into game number 2. Oh. I mean, hey, it's ESL Americas for a reason, not ESL Asia. So Ninja does have that home turf buff and is making use of that quite well here. Game 2 going to be loading into Oceanborn, and do we go for the cannons once again? Here we go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Teal Protoss, down in this series. Let's see if he can fight back and force the ace match. He's the favorite here. It is Lunacy. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player, the other blue Protoss from Land of the Americas. It is a Ninja. Leading the series 1-0 based on the pylon placement. I imagine it's going to be another cannon rush. Okay, the probe is moving out. Shows the forge. There it is. Forge has been thrown down. We are going for another cannon rush. Let's go. Let's see in the chat. This blue on blue action is very intense. Yes, it can be a little bit difficult to distinguish the pylons and the cannons and the shield batteries from either player. We'll do our best. We'll do our best as the probe has arrived. A second probe on the way. The cannon rush is upon us. This time, Lunacy, I'm sure, a little bit more mentally prepared for what's to come. Ooh, Ninja does fully wall off. Fully walls off, allowing him to throw down a cannon. Initially, within range of the gateway. More boys being pulled. We're going to try to focus on the initial pylon. Cannon is on the way. But the pylon's under fire. The pylon is going to eventually be cancelled, but can we get on top of that cannon in time? Likewise, second probe is being chased down. Pylon does fall. We do recall the probe. Oh my, okay. Probe is recalled back home. We're sending out another worker. We're down to one probe. We can set up a cannon on the low ground. Oh, we can attempt to. Up. Oh, we barely do get it. The cannon on the high ground does finish up. Probes are going down, but here comes a zealot, and we will clean up this first cannon. And so far, we're handling this quite well. So far, it looks like we will clean this up. Back at home, gateway is in the way, gas is on the way. It looks like this time Lunacy has defended. Did not require to throw down his own forge or his own cannons. He was able to just shut this down ahead of time. Make sure that Ninja did not gain any ground. Would you have backup cannons on the way? The cannon on the low ground getting a lot of damage done as well. But yeah, we're gonna shut this down. Yeah, the probe does fall. Second zealot arrives, and this time we're holding. This time we are holding, we are defending. Zealot's going to be waddling across the map. Back at home, defensive cannons are required. Ooh, as the Zealots are moving out. And Ninja, are we going to prepare in time? Oh. I'm a little bit concerned. Cybercore's on the way, 2 extra gates as well. Third Zealot does pop out. And it looks like Ninja might be thinking of another proxy, but before we can think about his proxy, okay, cannon's on the way. We have one cannon in the mineral line. We can threaten the gas mining workers at least a little bit. Ninja base? Where? Proxy Stargate? Dark Shrine? What's the plan? There's the pylon. Boys are being pulled. So far, good control here. Out of Lunacy. Gets one worker so far. Well, not even. Pylon is done. Cybercore has completed, so this could be either Proxy Twilight Council or Stargate. There it is. Stargate has been thrown down. It should just be for a Proxy Oracle to get economic damage. Should just be for Oracles. Meanwhile, Zealot gets a kill on the gas. We back up. We get the hell out of here. Oh! I say that we do catch the Adept. And nice damage on the initial Adept. Does have to retreat. Has to get the hell out of here. Back at home, we're trying to settle down, and unfortunately we are not quite ready in the main base. This proxy oracle can do a lot of damage. If there's no shield battery, if there's no stalker in position, then Lunacy may lose quite a lot as he's going for his own proxy gateway across the map. Okay, nothing but aggression. Chaos ensues. So it looks like it's going to be a one base 4 gate all in out of Lunacy. It's going to be a one base all in. Meanwhile, show us that oracle. As we do spend a chrono boost, but there we go. Oracle's now on the way. Lunacy scouting. Oh, he scouts. He checks. He does not check far enough. He barely does not confirm the Stargate. Oh, or will he? Looks like he barely will. Big scout for Lunacy. Now he knows to get ready in the main base with a shield battery with stalkers. He is now aware. There, the shield batteries on the way. Stalkers are repositioning. Good response out of Lunacy. Good scout. And this oracle was just too little too late. So far, Lunacy responding well. Meanwhile, across the map, two adepts have arrived. Probes are getting one-shots. Yeah, two adepts do one-shot workers. And we can just keep rotating between the gas geysers, back and forth. Ninja racing back home. And again, we just deny any kind of gas mining here. So many workers going down. We're building up towards a second oracle. And we will eventually chase down these adepts. Oh, getting one. That's a lot of adepts. That, oh my god. 6 adepts here for Ninja. Double oracle moving out. Checking the main base. We have now 4 stalkers in position. And a sentry. And Ninja is completely all in. I mean, both players are playing on one base. Both players are kind of all in their own way. Oracle up. Goes to the dive. But yeah, we're in position. We shut it down. If it had gone unscouted, different story. So Oracles lay the expansion. Lunacy going for a Twilight Council into Forge. Ninja is expanding. But I'm not so sure if Ninja can survive the move outs of Lunacy. As once again, we deny mining here in the main. We've lost how many? 11 probes so far. Interesting. Oh, a pretty even worker kill count between 2 players. 11 and 10. And there we go. Stalkers have arrived. And this main army, I'm not too sure if it can be stopped. It can be stopped. Yeah, no shield battery, no overcharge. We shut down the static defense. And we're looking to deny the expansion and keep on going from there. And Ninja just doesn't have much going on. Not much left over. We threaten the shade. Just the one cannon in the main and no shield batteries yet. And we're going to get a kill. Not even a cancel, but the Nexus is going to go down. Back at home, we're expanding. Back at home, we do have some defensive stalkers. We're ready for the oracles, somewhat. And Lunacy doesn't even push up the ramp. I do think he could try to force it. Obviously, the sentries and force fields would be brutal. So Lunacy backs up. And Glaives are on the way for Lunacy. Looks like he's working towards a 2-base all-in. Is working towards that 2-base all-in. Oracle's dipping into the main. Oh, I just realized, no, I didn't open predictions. Do catch one of the oracles. The other does escape. But I'll try to stay on top of those predictions. So my apologies, my apologies. I'll try to get on it. Actually, you know what? I could just do it now. I mean, this game is looking in favor of Lunacy, so this could just be a prediction for the ace match. Essentially. Yeah, let's go. Are we in the round of 16? Round of 32. Okay, beautiful. As Lunacy is now moving out, and we do have some defenses back at home. We have 3 sentries, force fields, an army. True. But once again, no shield battery, no overcharge. A nice force fields do catch 1, 2 of those stalkers. Very nicely done. At the same time, though, Adepts shade into the main. Probes are being targeted down. Yeah, Adepts, I don't care about your shield batteries. As they shade the hell out of there. Prisms on the way so we can reinforce across the map. And again, Lunacy can take this fight. He's gonna pull back though. I mean, his adepts are softened up, but reinforcements are on the way. He has the high ground. We can't push up the ramp. Oh my god. We tried to, we get punished for it. GG gets called, and Lunacy ties up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. We're going to be jumping into game 3 here. It all ends here. It all ends in the ace match, and I imagine Ninja's going to be opening up Cannon Rush again, but where do we go from there? That is the question. It is going to be the question here. As our players are getting ready. I was messaging Nightmare. I was asking because I know Nightmare, he played in the Stormgate event over the weekend. I was like, Pappy, how was Stormgate? He's like, oh, very bad. Like, balance, very bad. I'm like, it's okay, you know, they'll balance it out. It's fine, it's fine. They'll iron it out. It's like, do you play? And I'm like, nah, I haven't played yet. He's like, oh, play Infernals. Strong race, strong. One day, one day. Here we go. We're jumping into game number 3, and it's going to be on Crimson Court. Just got out of the shower. Here we go. We are going to be jumping into our next game, and again, do we cannon rush, and is this successful? I mean, we have to see the cannon rush again, right? Has to happen. I hope so. Here we go. Oh, for the first time. Oh, we don't have mirrored colors. Let's go. It's not blue and blue, not anymore. Sporting in the bottom left-hand corner of Crimson Court, we have our teal Protoss player, the South Korean Protoss, representing himself, currently teamless. It is Lunacy, tying up the series. And sporting in the top right-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player, the red Protoss. It is Ninja. This time going for the pylon as a part of the ramp, so this time it looks like we're going for a much more standard opener. Probe is moving out across map, but only the one worker, and show us the gateway. No forge. No forge. Standard opener out of Ninja. Likewise, standard opener out of Lunacy. So Ninja showing us that he doesn't have to cannon rush every single game. Was able to take a game with it. True. Was able to take a lead in the series. But now, what do we rely upon? Where do you take us? Can we play out? I say, oh, the gas steal. As Lunacy goes to the gas steal across the map, it does keep his opponent on 1 gas saturation. You can see Lunacy on hold position, and there we go. Now it takes his own gas geyser. So nice little lead here for Lunacy. Specifically, gas stealing is probably the most impactful against Protoss, especially if you think your opponent is going to be staying on 1 base a little bit longer. So a very annoying start here for Ninja, as he's stuck on 1 gas, opening up 2 gate, going to be 2 gate openers all around, and we'll see how our players follow this up. Where we head? Where are we headed? But everybody plays Celestials to cannon rush. Yeah, Celestials is considered the strongest race at the moment in Stormgate. That's fine. Like, the balance of Stormgate, it's gonna change. It's gonna change over time. Like, very quickly, I imagine. We're gonna be seeing a lot of balance patches and hot fixes and all that good stuff. It's all good. And it is going to be double Stalker. Double Stalker out of Ninja. Meanwhile, Lunacy opening up a little bit more greedy here, more greedily. Going for a Zealot Stalker. I imagine going to be canceling the Zealots and going for a faster expansion. We'll see if the Zealot is actually made. Across the map, Lunacy going for the pylon block. First probe goes down. Zealot is actually completed. Interesting. Lunacy being a little bit more paranoid here. It looks like he's looking for any kind of stray proxies, any hidden tech. And going for a follow-up scout. And Lunacy staying on one base, going for the Robo. Okay. Very safe opener out of Lunacy. Robo opener allows us to get into Immortals, allows us to be quite defensive on one base, and also turn this into a one base all-in. True. Can be the case. As the gas is finally going to be cleaned up, Ninja will shut this down. Likewise, Ninja is expanding. Lunacy does confirm. And likewise, Lunacy responds with his own Nexus. Not going to be expanding. Lunacy taking a lot of hits, taking a lot of damage. That one Zealot waddling in. Let's go. The wall is wide open, so we can head into the main. Ooh, I say that. Pilot gets thrown down just barely in time. But the Zealot has arrived. At the same time, 3 Stalkers, they get across the map. They have control of the low ground. Do we have force field? Ooh, we do not. Yeah, not a force field in time, and Lunacy's in trouble. Yeah, probe goes down. A sentry thereafter, taking a lot of damage. Going for probe kills. Well, we get 2 probes so far. Getting a 3rd probe as well. Stalkers have to get the hell out of here. Meanwhile, across the map, the Zealot Adept does bust in. Not bad, getting even more damage done. All in all, we get 6 probe kills from the side of Ninja, 5 from the side of Lunacy. But Ninja has momentum, takes down another Stalker. Takes down a Stalker, bleeding out one of our own. Bit of a back and forth trade, still in favor of Ninja. But the Immortal has arrived, and we spoke about this before. A very defensive opener with the Robo does allow this early Immortal, does mean we do defend. Whew. So Lunacy does hold, does defend. We're getting to our 2-base saturation. Ninja does have the worker lead, as he did have the faster expansion. And we're following this up with Blink. Okay, so it's going to be Blink Stalkers here out of Ninja. Meanwhile, Robo production from Lunacy. As a result, Ninja will have the more mobile army, but Lunacy will have a little more firepower here, especially with additional Immortals. He can be more defensive. Does he want to be, though? That's the question. Do you have the Prism on the way? Now, this can just be to harass, to get Adepts into the main bases, into the mineral lines, and get some economic damage done, or we could try to commit with a move out. See what the plan is. As the hallucination does dip into the main. Does dip in, does get a full scout. Getting eyes on everything that's going on. Has confirmed the tech. And we are moving out yet just with Adepts. So it's just a harass. The Adepts, they have a hard time shading into the main, but with the War Prism, we can just drop them in. We can just drop them right into the mineral line, and get some economic damage. So even though Ninja has a slight worker lead, that is about to change with these Adepts. Likewise, Lunacy back at home didn't double down on Immortal production. We just had the 1 Immortal for now. There we go. 2nd Immortal's on the way. Twilight Council as well. This should be for either Glaives or Charge. I imagine Glaives just because of the build that Lunacy went for in Game 2. Would make a lot of sense. But Ninja is moving out. That's a hefty amount of Stalkers. And sure, Adepts, they might kill some workers. But what about the main army? It's going to be up at the force fields. Can we force field? Can we hold on? Oh, the army is recall back here. No, we missed the recall! No! We've recalled 1 Stalker. Ooh. Not the best use of recall as we have Adepts in the main. We have Adepts in the natural. We're still racing back home. We're still racing back. And we don't get too much done. A couple of probes go down. That could have been so much worse, but we shade back into the main. Threading the mineral line. And Ninja will clean this up. Probe count is evened up, and yeah, that could have been a lot worse. Could have been a lot worse here. Lunacy was kind of frantically moving between the bases, but was shut down. Now Ninja can move out. By the time we do, now we have 3 Immortals, triple Immortals, double Shield Battery as well. Mining through these mineral patches, working towards an expansion, working towards a 3rd base. Adepts are called out. Nice catch out of Ninja. And that is 18 Stalkers for Ninja. With high ground vision, we can avoid the main army. We can head into the main. I don't think he can break this natural base. Against 4 Immortals, yeah, it's not going to happen. Against 4 Immortals, that's crazy. The Stalkers are less than ideal. Which is why I mentioned before that if we had a hallucination, if we had an observer, then we can just avoid the main army and go into the main. Again, in a head-on fight, it's not going to work out well for Ninja. He has to respect the army, has to back off, and we're still making more Immortals, and there are Glaives on the way. As I mentioned before, we saw Glaives last game, so I assumed it'd be the same this time. It's going to be Immortal Glaive Adept. It's going to be a very aggressive army here at Lunacy. And Ninja needs to be more active. We need to get damage done. There we go. Observer finally in the mix. With the Observer, we can get high ground vision, and ideally we snipe tech. Whether it's the Twilight Council, the Robo, or even depowering some of these gateways. Oh, the Prism! Not bad. Prism goes down. I don't like the idea of fighting head on though, so we do have to back off. We can rotate around. Yeah, the army not quite in position, and we can deny the expansion. And the 3rd base is going to be denied. Do force to cancel. Adepts a shade across the map. Running a shade into the main. Probe is not in position. We don't wall off. Yeah, we don't wall off for time. We have 2 Adepts in the natural. We have 4 in the main. Boys are being pulled. Probes are going down. Oh, it's going to be a lot of economic damage. Oh my god, we're getting up to 19. 22 probe kills in total. Ay, ay, ay. We had 11. That's going to be 10 probes going down. Back at home, I mean, at least Ninja does have a faster 3rd, so we can replace some of those workers. But that was some good economic damage. And we are, how many Immortals? We are up to 6. 6 Immortals here for Lunacy. Now, to deal with this kind of army, we need charge ults. We need something other than Blink Stalkers. Pure Blink Stalker, it's not going to cut it. Not against this kind of army. And I am concerned. I'm worried here for Ninja, as we are incorporating some Immortals here and there, but again, it's still not going to be ideal. It does feel like Ninja's being outpaced in a way. We have +2. More Adept shading in. Oof. And more probes going down. And we get 5 probe kills at the same time. We dive into the main base. We're going for the pylons. We can always recall back home, more bleed back out. So far, good pickups. Gateway, Stalker, pylon as well. Now we can back up. We don't want to stick around too long, but we do get one of the Immortals. Not bad. Oh, but we do bleed out a lot of Stalkers there. Well, there's a lot of Stalkers falling. You can see 17 Stalkers in total have gone down. Adepts are still wreaking havoc. Oof. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, God. 46 probes. They've gotten over 10 workers on their own. An insane amount of damage dealt there by the Adepts. Ay, ay, ay. Ninja's economy is crippled. Lunacy looking solid. And again, the main army is what concerns me. And still no charge out of Ninja. I mean, he can still, if he can slice up the army, if he can try to cut the army up, if he can try to split off Lunacy, then sure. Then we can take a fight, but it's not going to be easy. Setups to shut down. Lunacy working towards charge, refining his army. Again, when it comes to Stalker, Immortal, charge ults are exactly what you want. That is what Lunacy is working towards. The alternate answer would be Adepts, but we've been using them to harass, and we still have more Adepts on the way. We just keep warping them in with a pylon. keep shading across the map. The target firing is real. We get every single worker here. No saturation whatsoever. And Ninja's all in. At this point, Ninja's completely all in. It's all or nothing here for the red Protoss. Lunacy out of position. Shield Butter goes down. Overcharge gets wasted. Good start for Ninja. Oh, the Archon does wander in. A bit of miss micro there from Lunacy. Good force fields out of Lunacy. Slices up the army. The Immortals doing so much damage here in Lunacy. He's just mowing through this army. The Stalkers, they crumble before the might of these Immortals. Stalkers are coming from behind. The Warprint does complete. But a bold blink here from Ninja does take down most of the Immortals. There's one Immortal left. The Immortal does go down. We pull the boys a little bit too late. Yeah, we pull the boys just too little too late. The Immortals do fall. It's going to be a close hold here, and we can afford to lose some probes. Another Immortal comes in. We're barely holding on. We barely do defend. And that's going to be enough. Back at home, Zelts in the main. Zelts in the main base. No economy. 26 probes for Ninja. The Zelts were needed back at home to defend it a little bit more cleanly, but across the map, they kill everything. They kill everything in the main base. That's a kill on the Nexus as well. Nexus goes down. And Ninja, his economy is crippled. We're down to 29 probes. Ninja can barely sustain himself, and Lunacy back at home is going to just be able to rebuild. Rebuild, remax, making more Immortals, more Stalkers. Lunacy, we can settle in, baby. We can settle in. Recalling the Warprison back home. Here we go. Ninja moving out across the map. He is spotted. We do have an Ep towards the left-hand side, and now it's going to be Ninja's turn to get some economic damage. Let's go. We can go for the mineral line. No side defense. We have a shield battery, but that's not going to be enough. Not against Sword Eps. Quick reinforcements, though. Quick reaction. Yeah, we do warp in time. Likewise, Ninja does see the army, so he shouldn't be blinking in. As the Adept Shades do continue. And GG gets called. We don't even get the final fight, and Lunacy will take the series at 2-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Lunacy will take it, so we'll advance on into the next round, but that was a very chaotic series, very close, very back and forth. Ninja did hold his own, but things got real chaotic real quick, and it was just nonsense. It was nonsense. It was beautiful. It was PvP at its finest. GG, well played. Congratulations to Lunacy. My condolences to Ninja, but again, did play well, considering that Lunacy was a heavy favorite in this series. For Ninja to even force the ace match and even cause chaos here in Game 3 as well is impressive. I'm quite impressed here by Ninja. GG, well played. At least in the PvP matchup, able to just clown it up a little bit and kind of drag his opponents into the mud with him. And with that, we have our first result in the bracket, and we can now catch up on what has been going on. Exclamation mark B in the chat. Let's have a look ourselves. Let's have a look together. Let's quickly refresh that bracket and catch up on these results. From the top, we have Bjorn. We have Bjorn taking down Bjorn up against Orden in the round of 32. Wooden goes up against Matt in the round 16. Best of luck to Matt. Of course, our French Zerg player did take part in STC earlier in the week, a couple of days ago, so best of luck. Scrolling down, we have Honmono. Honmono takes down Patches 2-1. Big win there by Patches. Patches has been getting better and better results. I have noticed Patches take like maps here and there from players like Honmono, so very impressive stuff there out of Patches, very impressive. But Honmono is going to be a heavy favorite to make a deep run up against either Meowdoom or Epic. That's going to be a fun TBT. Epic versus Honmono is going to be insane. So do look forward to all the TBTs. Beyond Honmono, Epic, the big Terran names are up here in the upper half of the bracket. Scrolling down to the lower half, we have Foxer, another NA Terran player, up against J Money into Apple Juice. I would favor Foxer coming into this, so Foxer Best of luck on his run. Meanwhile, Shameless waiting for the winner of Geralt, Jay, and Milo. Shameless likewise has some downtime waiting for his opponent. I would say that Geralt slash Shameless, or I would say even Geralt, is going to be favored to go up to the semifinals. We'll see if he can be stopped. Shameless, Jay, Milo, they can pose a threat. Scrolling down, we have Wayne. Wayne takes down Probe Scout 2-0. Wayne waiting for the winner of Bomyoja and Pig. Best of luck. Wayne is going to be one of the big favorites to make a deep run in this tournament as well to the semifinals. Meanwhile, Paddy Mac waiting for the winner of Azura and Mute. That's going to be a PvP into another PvP into most likely a PvZ. Best of luck to Paddy. I believe he is streaming over on his own Twitch channel, streaming his POV. Best of luck. Scrolling down, Mixu just took down a Green Earth 2-0, and up next we have our next series. Lunacy is now up against Mixu in a Protoss vs Zerg matchup in the round of 16. Let's go. Let us go. Let me just quickly message some of these players. And let's set things up. Okay. Mixu, of course, on Berserker Esports. And I think I would favor Mixu here. I mean, it's hard to say. Like, Lunacy, I don't think his skill was on full display in that last series. I mentioned before that Ninja did a great job at just dragging his opponent down to his level, and I feel like that's apt. Lunacy does have a much stronger mid to late game, especially off of more standard builds, more standard openers even. So, yeah, I do think this is going to be a close one. I would not be surprised if this goes to the ace match. Oh boy. Scrolling down, we do have Cecidus waiting for the winner of Loki and Nightmare. Nightmare is going to be the big favorite to make a deep run in this tournament. Coming into this, Nightmare versus Bjorn is kind of what looks to be the grand finals. Bjorn is the number 1 seed, and Nightmare is the number 2 seed. But there are some players that can pose a threat. I mentioned them before. Players like Geralt, for example. Geralt's the Polish Protoss. And players like Wayne as well are Zerg player. So Wayne and Geralt can definitely threaten Nightmare and Bjorn. We'll see if they can be stopped. For now, we're going to be focusing our attention on the lower half of the bracket. We're going to be following Mixu versus Lunacy, ideally into Nightmare, ideally into either Wayne or Paddy Mac or Azura, one of these other players. So we'll be focusing on lower half. Meanwhile, I believe there are some other English casters out there, and hopefully they do cover some of the other matches going on. I believe there's Steadfast. I think Dave Testa's out there. Pig is streaming his POV and will eventually cast as well. I don't know if Artosis still casts. Oh, I guess he's in Korea, right? Or he's maybe returning from Korea, so I don't think Artosis is going to be casting, but potentially Chicken Man or some of these other English casters are going to be all over this, so do keep an eye out for that. Keep an eye out for some of those other casters. Just got an update. Azura takes down Mute 2-1. Azura does advance on to face off against Paddy Mac. And for now, we have a little bit of downtime. Looks like Mixu and Lunacy are conducting their vetoes. Once they wrap up, we'll be jumping into our next series. Until then, we're going to be going in a short break. Predictions will soon be open once we have our lobby, so keep an eye out for the predictions. Otherwise, we're going to be going in that short break. We'll see you guys in a couple of minutes with our next series. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, hope you enjoyed that lovely Brutal OST for a couple of minutes there, as we have now returned with our second series of the night. We just wrapped up with the round of 32, and now we're jumping into the round of 16. We have our two players. We have our Zerg, we have our Protoss, and we're loading into game one on Site Delta. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have our Finnish Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Berserker Esports. It is Mixu. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Teal Protoss, representing himself, currently teamless. It is Luna C. And if you're in the chat predictions, they are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series and who you think will advance on to the quarterfinals. Is it going to be our Korean Protoss or our Finnish Zerg player? Best of luck. Up to you to decide. Best of luck. As for now, we're going for our hatch gas pool, standard open out of Mixu. The probe is in position. We do delay the expansion. We force the unnatural natural. So a nice little start here out of Luna C does make his opponent a little bit more uncomfortable as we settle in towards a longer game. Nothing too crazy, nothing too wild. Likewise, back at home, going for a standard opener as well, going for the gateway on the low ground, and soon to expand. So nothing too crazy so far. I mentioned before that Lunacy does typically thrive in the mid game, and I don't think that previous PvP was able to really showcase that. Like, it was just a lot of chaos, a lot of probes going down, a lot of workers going down, and just the cannons all over the place. It was nonsense. It was crazy. It's PvP. So now we can see a different side of him. Likewise, Mixu has also been on the rise, has been a bit of an up-and-comer for quite some time, to be fair. The European region has been improving, has been leveling up, and is one of the more consistent signups here in ESL Americas from the European region as well, which we do appreciate. A little bit more of a degen, but we like them. We like them. Oh, beautiful. As we are going to be settling in. Again, Lunacy, I imagine going for a Twilight Council, going for a Stargate opener. Pylon thrown down a little bit further back, closer to the chest here, closer to the main. So we'll see if we invest into that tech or into another form of aggression. Keep an eye on Lunacy. Back at home, the probe is being shut down. Tech of choice on the horizon. And there it is. Okay, so the pylon was thrown down closer to the main base for good reason. It was to hide the tech. It was to go for a Twilight Council opener. Okay, this could be a couple of different things. This could be glaives, this could be DTs, or it could be a mixture of the two. A big sign would be, and a big tell would be how many gases we do mine from. Robo has already been thrown down. I'm leaning more along the lines and along the side of DTs, but we'll keep an eye on Lunacy as we are pulling out of gas. Okay, if we pull out of gas, then glaives should be on the way. An interesting pairing here, 3 and 1. 4 workers mining gas in total. Glaives are on the way. Ling dips in, and we confirm. Mixu upon seeing, ooh, as the Ling does go down. But we do get a probe kill on the natural, not bad. 1 probe does fall. And Mixu may have seen enough to determine that it was going to be Glaive Depths upon seeing the lack of saturation in the main. As it is going to be 4 Gate Glaive Depths. Ling's be kicking in. Back at home, safety Roach Warren's on the way. Now, we could pull back into gas, and then Mixu would have to be a little bit careful with some Spore Crawlers, just in case it was DTs as they follow up, but we can see that it's still just 4 gas mining. Still just going to be Glaive Adepts here, and Mixu is responding quite nicely. Is responding well. Droning up a little bit more, taking a second gas geyser as well. Adepts are moving out. They're spotted. For now, Lings are on the way. Roach Warren is done, and Roaches are going to be on the horizon here for Mixu. Overlord pops out, not getting supply blocked. And yeah, Roach production has commenced. Again, Mixu cutting workers at 36. 36 drones for Mixu, just under 40. Taking things seriously, being quite careful. And as long as he keeps up with the Adepts, we should be okay. So let's say threaten a shade towards the natural. Lings are on the chase. And we don't commit. Across the map, Mixu being a nuisance. Harassing, forcing a defensive warp in. Oh, the Queen doesn't extend. Yeah, Queen goes down. Big pickup. Queen does full. Army was in position in the main. As the Adepts are shut down. And from here, Mixu can either start droning now or try to double down and go for a big counterattack. I mean, back at home, Lunacy is following up with Immortal Production, has fully walled off, no third base yet, and might be setting up for a 2-base all-in. Let's say still threading the shade. 2 Adepts towards the third base. We haven't got any drone kills yet, but that might be about to change. Mixu, once again, real quick to respond. Adepts are shading to the natural. Mixu has been joining somewhat, or at least attempting to. We commit 1, 2, 3 drones going down. Oh, can we get a third? Not quite. Your third drone does fall. Adepts towards that third base. That was okay, but still not ideal. We were hoping for more damage. A lot of Adepts just went down. That was 11 Adepts for 3 drones. And back at home, still no expansion. Still stuck on 2 bases. Yeah, Lunacy's committing. Dark Shrine is on the way. Lunacy did pull back into gas. Take extra gases, of course. So it is going to be a 2-base all-in from Lunacy. The Adepts have been lackluster, but if Mixu drone up, if he drones too much, if he oversaturates, if he drones up too much, if he's too greedy, then he can just crumble. Now Mixu checks the third base location, confirms there is no expansion. He gets eyes on the Immortals. He should be aware that he needs Lings and Ravagers. That's all he does need. Detection, of course, as well. Lair is on the way. That should be for the Overseer. Likewise, Lings are on the hunt, looking for the expansion. So far, Lings are forced back. Baleen Nest on the way. Ravagers now morphing in. Just the one for now. Do we have detection? We do have a Spore. A Spore here at the third base. Roach Ravager still amassing. Adepts knocking out the rocks. Lunacy is expanding, surprisingly so. Is taking an expansion. Mixu does confirm. When he sees it, he does drone. But DT's there waddling into the natural. Detection not ready, not in position. Uh-oh. And Mixu's getting pulled apart. It's getting pulled apart. DT waddling in towards the main. Spore's not quite done. And the Spore, it's not going to finish. We do have a backup Spore, though. Oh! Good one, we get both. Both DTs go down in the main base. It's going to be close. Up! Oh, the Spore goes down with the DT. Oh, my God. Mixu shuts down the Dark Templar. He shuts down the main army. And Mixu does defend. Barely loses anything. Very impressive. Very impressive defense here out of Mixu. And now Lunacy is racing back home. And Mixu can counterattack. We will waddle across the map. Speed is on the way for the Roaches. Morphing in more Ravagers as well. Lunacy does have 3 Immortals. That's a hefty Immortal count. Oh yeah, Lings on the way to reinforce. They're going for the Bile. Overcharge is popped. The Ravagers getting caught out. The Biles, they do connect with the army. And we're starting stepping forward. We focus down the first Immortal. 3 Immortals left. We have detection. We have detection. We try to catch out the Immortal as well, and it looks like we barely will not. The Immortal does get away. Nice juggling there with that Prism. But we're knocking down that front door. We break through the Cyber Core. The Queens did waddle in, and they're being dealt with. I mean, this move-out is still looking quite precarious, as Lunacy's defending from both locations. Trying to sandwich the army. More Zealots warping in. Baneling's on the way here for Lunacy. Let's go. Baneling's from production. Mixu pushing into the main. Disruptor has arrived. Nova goes up. Up. Oh my god, doesn't connect. That was so close. Disruptor shut down. So is the Robo. Do you have a second Robo in the main? Immortals getting caught out. Barely any links to work with, so we can't really surround the Immortals. Nice pick up micro out of Lunacy. But he barely has an army. He barely has a standing army. Immortals are good, but on their own, they're so fragile. Focus on the shield battery, head into the mineral line. Probes are going down, and GG gets called. Mixu takes game number 1. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Mixu does take a lead here in the series. Very nicely done. Lunacy, alas, did double down, and if you recall, initially with the Glaive Adepts, he only got 3 drones. 3 drone kills with the Glaive Adepts was not worth it. He doubled down, went for a 2-base all-in. The DTs did not do enough damage either. It was close. The Spores barely were done in time, and the DTs were barely cleaned up as well. That could have been so much worse if only they were like 1 or 2 seconds sooner. Alas, Mixu was able to defend, and Lunacy does drop the first game. Now we're getting into game number 2. Here we go. Getting into that second game. And Mixu has the 1-0 lead. Mixu 1 game away from advancing on to the quarterfinals. And Lunacy has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. Let's go. Anyone else here because they're tired of the new Twitch app updates? Oh, I am unfamiliar with the new Twitch app update. I don't really watch Twitch on my phone. Something that has been annoying me on Twitch, I don't know if you've been seeing it, but there's like an Apple TV or something ad that keeps popping up, like over the chat box, and I keep like ticking the box. It's like never show me this again, and it just keeps showing me. Like it just doesn't disappear. Every time. For like the past couple of days. Ay. Like, what's the point of ticking the box? It doesn't get rid of it. God damn it. Shaking my head. But we have our lobby. We're getting into that second game. I'm here because I have YouTube Premium, but no ads on my phone. Nice. Welcome. Bienvenidos to those in the YouTube chat. Likewise to those in Twitch chat as well. I don't know Lunacy very well to draw a prediction. Fair enough. I do consider Lunacy and Mixu quite similar in skill. I would not be surprised if we get it to the ace match. But we do have to take a different approach here. This aggression from our Protoss hasn't been too successful. So we'll see how we deviate. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkione, we have our Finnish Zerg player. Representing Berserker Esports, our red Zerg, leading the series 1-0. It is Mixu. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Teal Protoss. It is Lunacy. He's crazy. He's a lunatic. Is Lunacy. Beautiful. But now he's going to be settling in, and we'll keep an eye on the pylon placement once again to see if he does go for, once again, a hidden tech structure. I wouldn't really want to see another Twilight Council opener, even if it's, actually, now that I think about it, I wouldn't be opposed to like a DT opener. DT openers are not all in. They lead into Archon drops, into Harass, into a mid-game, into a third base. I wouldn't be opposed to that. I would be opposed to another Glaive Adept opener. I don't think that's really the way to go, especially after what happened in Game 1. Mixu was so careful and so precise with his scouting, with his droning, with his movement. I think Mixu really did showcase his skill in that last game, and I'm not too sure if Lunacy wants to test that once again, especially against Glaive Adepts. We shall see. Twitch app update is infuriating because by default it now displays recommended content when you open it. Oh. instead of your following list. It's kind of weird. It's kind of odd. I don't think I've updated Twitch on my phone, so I can't check yet. But okay, I understand. You have to click a small icon to get to following, and it's wonky? What? That's so weird. It's like they're hiding your like sub feed. It's like, what? Like these are the people I want to see. Yes, the Twitch. I understand. I understand. Last minute update is so tragic. Oh, okay. Well, I will make sure not to update my phone. I'll do my best. Do my best. For now, it is going to be another Twilight Council opener out of Lunar Sea. We'll keep an eye on the gases. For now, we are staying in gases is a sign it is not going to be Glaive Adepts, or it's going to be committed Glaives plus DTs. We'll see what we go for. Again, I'm not opposed to a Dark Shrine opener here from Lunar Sea. The Prism's on the way. Yeah, it's going to be Dark Templar. Okay. As the Prism's moving out, by the time it gets across the map, we can warp in the DTs, assuming that it's going to be the Dark Shrine. Yep, there it is. Dark Shrine has been thrown down. So DT opener initially, this is not all in, it's designed to harass across the map. If there's detection in time, then we can of course morph in Archons and hunt down Overlords and try and deny some scouting, deny vision, and expand and get into a longer game. Ooh, never mind. That is an early Immortal. Okay, this is becoming more aggressive. Initially I was like, oh yes, a DT opener, it's fine. No. Now we're mixing in Immortals, now we're throwing down extra gateways. This could be the beginning of a 2-base all-in. Like, this early Immortal is a big red flag. Okay. Meanwhile, back at home, Mixu playing it safe does open up with a Roach Warren. Roach Warren has been thrown down, taking a third base as well, joining up to 33, joining up to 40 at this point. That's an okay worker count to join up to. Lings get us around. They confirm not just the Prism, they confirm the Immortal as well. Ooh, Stalker does fall. Nice week off there out of Mixu. And we try to get a follow-up scout. We are in the dark back at home. Thankfully, Mixu is throwing down some spores. We have... Wait, did we cancel? Am I crazy? Okay, yeah, 2 spores. We have 1 spore here outside of the natural, and the spore is being repositioned towards the third base as well. So we will have detection. Meanwhile, Gateway Explosion, yeah, 2-base all in. 2-base all in from Lunar Sea. We're doubling down. We're like, you know, in game 1, I opened up Glaive Adepts. It just wasn't aggressive enough. We need more. We need more Immortals. More aggression. More gateways as well. Oh my god, we're getting up to 6 gateways on 2 bases. It's going to be a 2-base 6-gate all in. DTs are whirling into the mineral lines. They do slip past. Uh-oh. No detection in the main. No detection whatsoever. Mixu cutting corners here, and we do get a drone kill. We do deny mining in the main base. Spores repositioned. 1 DT goes down. We still have a DT in the main. Denying more mining time. Just see Lunar Sea moving out. Working towards charge. And, oh, we barely do not get the Dark Templar. Whew. It's still in the main. Still in the main base, and we're going for what looks to be kind of like a Soul Train-esque all-in. We have Sentries, Immortals, and a Charge lots. Charge is still halfway done. Mixu has time to respond. Does confirm the army. Mixu droning? Uh-oh. Mixu has to be careful here. He's droning up quite a lot, and arguably droning up too much. Yeah, the army is revealed. We have how much to work with. We have 3 Ravagers, we have 4 Roaches, and a handful of Lings. Mixu getting supply blocked. Now is not the time. Now is not the time. Lings are hit across the map. We have a full wall. And Lunar Sea is pushing in. Mixu still heavily supply blocked. 5 Overlords on the way. And Mixu's in trouble. He did run up quite a lot. And we're getting into the 3rd. Spore goes down. Force feels a zone away the Roaches. Zealots take it into the middle line. The droids have to get the hell out of here. The Immortals are caught back, but yeah, the Roaches are going down. They're getting surrounded by the Zealots. And Lunacy, he's gonna break down the third base. He can keep pushing from here. He can keep going. There's just not much to stop him. Oh god, we're getting on some of the Roach Warren. Roach Warren's gonna go down. Mixu unable to come in from behind. So I mean, we barely have anything to work with. Yeah, the Queens are surrounded. We collapse some of the Queens. The Biles, they take down the Prism. Boys are being pulled, but there's still so much army left over. Oh, the Biles! Ooh, take down the Zealots, but GG gets called. There's just too much Protoss, and Lunacy will tie up the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played. Mixu not fully identifying the builds, not fully identifying how much danger he was in. As a result, Mixu, he droned up to 53. He droned up quite heavily there and also got supply blocked. That was a brutal moment. Brutal moment for Mixu, where he had droned and he got supply blocked as well. He had nothing to work with, and Lunacy snowballed out of control. He snowballed out of control. He was able to break the third base, push into the natural. There was barely anything to stop him. And with that, we're going to the ace match. All the way. Are going all the way. The icon moves? Sorry, I'm just being updated here. The follow icon moves? Oh my god. Interesting. Go. Your mom going down. Werehog, is that you? Is that? Oh my god. Is Werehog Gotenks? Maybe. Long lost brother in the chat. I like it. Oh god. Okay. No shot. So Kuro just sent me a screenshot of what the new Twitch looks like. It looks like it's trying to emulate TikTok. But this is not a good way to do it. This oh my god, what the hell? Yeah, that's crazy. Okay, anyway, we can focus on our game, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of I'm sure they'll revert it. I'm sure Copium. In the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our Finnish Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Berserker Esports, being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? It is Mixu. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Teal Protoss, tying up the series and forcing the ace match. It is Lunacy. Go. Okay. Need to calm down. As for now, it's going to be a Hatchcast pool standard opener out of Mixu. Meanwhile, Lunacy back at home going for what looks to be a standard opener as well, but the tech is really what we're paying attention to here. Game 1, Lunacy went for a Glaive Adept opener into kind of like a pseudo 2-base all-in. Game 2 was just a straight up 2-base all-in, very Soul Train-esque, going DT into Immortal into a charge all-in with, of course, the Immortals as the backbone. Game 3, what's it going to be? What haven't we seen so far? We had a DT opener, we had Glaive Adepts, we could see a combination of the two. We could see Glaives into DTs. We could see like a slow lot all in. What do you have for us? What do you got? Show us what you got. As for now, we are just running up. We calming things down. We've yet to embrace our tech of choice. Based on the pylon placement, it looks like another Twilight Council, but we'll keep an eye on Lunacy. Yeah, it's going to be thrown down behind. And there it is, Twilight Council opener out of our Korean Protoss. And this could still be a multitude of different builds, a multitude of different tech choices. We are staying in gas currently. We're still staying in gas. Robo follow. I'm feeling Dark Templar again. But we'll keep an eye on Lunacy. Again, I'm not opposed to Glaives plus DTs. Or just vanilla DTs into a macro game. I mean, could happen. Twilight Council is done. And show us the tech of choice. Show us that Dark Shrine. Oh, Glaives are on the way. Okay. Glaives are on the way, and oh, we did pull out of gas. Okay. He did pull out of gas, so it's going to be 4 gig Glaive Adepts. Again, that's to tell to have 4 workers mining gas. That's all you need to actually facilitate 4 gig Glaive Adepts. That is all the gas mining you need. And Mixu going and rushing into, oh my god, rushing into a lair. Mixu wants to be the aggressor. Mixu is not going to take it lying down. Now, so far this series, Mixu has been reacting and responding to Lunacy. This time, something very different. Fast lair, Roach Warren. We're getting ready for our own aggression, for our own all-in. Now, this could be for a German taxi, could just be for fast Roach speed, into our average Ling all-in. So Mixu responding quite drastically here. Adepts are moving out. Mixu joining up to 39. Around 40 workers is the limit that we can really go up to. And we'll see if we can keep up with the initial wave of Adepts. Adepts have arrived. Lings are amassing. Do need a little bit more time here. Oh, as we are a bit supply blocked, but the overload is about to finish up. So far, so good. Adepts say thread in the shade. Lings pull away. Drones as well. Ah, but we're getting on top of the workers, and drones are going down. They're trapped. We get 2 workers so far. We wedge ourselves in between the mineral line and the base itself. At least get shaved off. Adepts, they get into the main as well, and Mixu is getting pulled apart. Bust into the main. So far, no major damage though. Only 3 drones. Could have been so much worse, but the base itself, it looks like it's going to go down. Yeah, the hatchery is falling. And we're still not done. We shade into the main base. Army's out of position. No major economic damage yet, but we're getting to the mineral line. Are we getting in? Boys are being pulled. We get 4 drone kills so far. Once again, nothing major, but the base does fall. Back at home, Immortal production has begun, and Mixu needs to counterattack. Still has the lair. He hasn't been able to make use of it. Has a decent roach count. No roach speed yet. We have no gas. Yeah, we don't have the gas for it. Limited gas mining in the main. Adepts, they threaten the shade. Prisms coming back in. And all Lunacy has to do is make Immortals back at home. And we will be okay. And speaking of, we have a second Immortal in production. First one is done. And Lunacy is all over this. Mixu is attempting to re-drone, is trying to resaturate. But being down a base is brutal, and this roach speed timing is so delayed. Remember, we rushed into the lair even before the 4-minute mark. It was a very early lair. But we just weren't able to make use of it. Until now. Now, with roach speed, because of how much damage has been done, I'm pretty sure Mixu is going to be going into an all-in. I think he's going to be cutting workers at 2 base saturation, massing up Roach Ravager Ling, and just going for it. But, oh god, Lunacy is going to be the aggressor instead. Is expanding behind this, but Lunacy has quite an army to work with. And we're going to knock down that 3rd base for a 2nd time. And Mortals have arrived. Queen's trying to collapse in. Getting on top of the Immortals. So far, good juggling. The Prism taking a lot of damage. Prism takes a lot of hits. We do pivot away. Meanwhile, Adepts say shading to the mineral line. 5 drones go down in an instant. We got 5 worker kills, and now we're making our way into the main. We bypass the main army. We shade in. More drones going down, and we are just pulling Mixu apart. He cannot keep up. Not this time. At the same time, the Immortals, they go for the third base, and we almost bring it down. We have one transfuse left. Oh, just barely. But it's not going to be enough. The base goes down, and we recall back home. The Immortals are barely saved. We save the Immortals. We have a third Immortal back at home. We have shield items. We have an overcharge, and Mixu is completely all in at this point. We have to move out. It's all or nothing for Mixu. And we do catch some Adepts. Some Adepts go down. Disruptors on the way. No Ravagers, just Roaches. We have the overcharge on the juggling. Oh my god. The Lunacy saves the Immortals. And GG gets called. We don't even get the final fight. There's just nothing left for Mixu, and Lunacy will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the quarterfinals. GG. GG, well played. Lunacy just all over Mixu there. Mixu did open up with a very fast lair, but again, we weren't able to make use of it. We weren't able to really embrace any faster Roach speed just because of the Adept aggression. And Mixu was keeping up initially, but eventually was pulled apart. Eventually did lose the third base, and that was the first dominant falling. The first of many in favor of Lunacy. As he did pull Mixu apart, he eviscerated the economy, killed the third base, got into his follow-up Immortal push, and pulled him apart. GG. Congratulations to Lunacy. My condolences to Mixu. Again, he's a solid player. He's a good player, don't get me wrong. But again, Lunacy is quite comparable in skill and quite aggressive as well. Every game relying on 2-base play. Did expand, did take a third, but never really embraced 3-base saturation. It was all about that 2-base instead, and in the end, Lunacy was just a bit too much. Congratulations. And do we have an update? That's the question. Do we have an update in the bracket? Do we have some results coming in? Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look yourselves. We just refreshed from the top. From the very top, let's go. We have... actually, from the bottom. Just making sure we keep up. There we go. We have our opponent. We have Lunacy taking down Mixu. We have Nightmare taking down Sacidus. Ooh, Sacidus took a map off of Nightmare. Let's go. And now they're going to be facing off in the quarterfinals. That is our next series, and I believe we're going to be hopping over to the Korean region to cover that match. So just quickly messaging the players. Just messaging the players and make sure we're able to keep up. Quarterfinals. Okay, so yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. We should be switching servers. Meanwhile, scrolling up, we have Patty Mac. Patty Mac takes down Azura 2-0. That's a big win for Patty Mac. Very impressive. He hasn't been back to competitive play for too long, but still a very impressive result to bring Azura down. Patty Mac now waiting for the winner of Pig and Wayne in the quarterfinals. It's going to be a big series there in the round of 8. Scrolling up, we have Geralt. Geralt takes down... Geralt takes down Shameless 2-0. That's a big win. Shameless definitely was a player that can threaten Geralt, and we have seen Shameless pop off. We saw him even make it to the finals of Sparkling Tuna Cup a couple of days ago as well. So Shameless can bring it to Geralt, but not today, as Geralt gets a 2-0, advancing on to the quarterfinals. Geralt is waiting for the winner of Foxer and Apple Juice. I do favor Foxer in that series. Apple Juice is a GM in the NA region, but Foxer is a little bit more experienced, so best of luck. Best of luck to both players. Geralt is going to be favored there. And scrolling up, we have Bjorn. Bjorn, we have confirmation, did take down Matt 2-0, and Bjorn is up against Epic in the quarterfinals in a TVT. Epic took down Honmono. That would have been a spicy TVT. I hope it was casted. Definitely worth being casted in the round of 16. And Bjorn versus Epic is going to be an intense Terran versus Terran as well. Bjorn, of course, is our most recent ESL Asia champion. Last night, Bjorn, he popped off against Clem, took Clem down 3-0. And Bjorn looking to make a back-to-back win here with Asia and Americas as well. So best of luck to Björn as his run does continue. And for the most part, the quarterfinals are underway. And there's still a couple of round of 16 matches still ongoing. Still a couple of them. But again, we're focusing on the lower half of the bracket. Again, we have our PvP between Lunacy and Nightmare. And the winner goes up against the winner of Paddymac, Wayne, and Pig. It should be Pig. Sorry, Pig. Sorry, it should be Wayne. Wayne is the favorite player here over Pig and Paddymac. But Paddymac has been looking impressive to 2-0 Azura. I want to believe. Honestly, I would love to cast it. I'd love to see these two players duke it out. I mean, Pig can always pose a threat to Wayne as well. He's a spicy player in his own right, so we'll see. For now, we're focusing on our PvP. Alright, focusing on our Protoss versus Protoss. It's catching up in the chat. Chat, are you all behaving? Este milk, este lechito. Good to see you, Milk. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Ah. And it looks like vetoes are underway, so we have a little bit of downtime. Oh, no, never mind. Vetoes are done. Vetoes are done, and we are jumping into our next series. If you're in the chat, predictions will soon be open, so you can place your bets on who you believe will claim the series. Nightmare is coming in as the favorite player, that is true, but it's a PvP, anything can happen, upsets can occur. I want to believe that Lunacy can threaten Nightmare. It's Nightmare still favored, but Lunacy can pose that threat. And here we go, we're jumping on it. You can hear the beeps. Game 1 is going to be on Golden Aura. Here we go. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing himself, currently teamless, but one of the favorites to make a deep run in this tournament. It is Nightmare. And so, oh god, why are they blue and teal again? God damn it. Spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the teal Protoss from South Korea representing himself, currently teamless. It is Lunacy. It's crazy. He's a lunatic. He is Lunacy. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Will it be one Protoss or the other? Will it be one Korean Protoss or the other? The teal or the blue? Light blue or dark blue even, if you will. Let's go. We're settling in. For now, we're opening up double gate. Should be 2 gate openers all around from both Lunacy and from Nightmare. We'll see how our players take it from here. See how we embrace the mid game and what initial units we begin with as well. For now, both players are going to be scouting each other, checking for that second pylon. Interesting, Lunacy has not moved out. No probe scout out of our teal Protoss. Does mean he has slightly better mining, slightly more efficient, but is going to be in the dark as to what's going on. As we see Lunacy hiding that second pylon, making it look like he's going for a proxy. And it's going to be on Nightmare to piece together what's going on and to catch wind of that pylon. Oh, and he will check, and Nightmare will confirm. He gets eyes on the pylon. He's now aware there's no proxy, there's no cheese, there's no shenanigans. We can settle into a longer game. For now. Meanwhile, Cybercore's done. It's going to be a Stalker Adept opener out of Lunacy. Meanwhile, double Adept out of Nightmare. Nightmare going for a more aggressive start. Adepts are designed to get into the main base and to one-shot probes. Meanwhile, with a Stalker Adept, it's very middle of the road. It means that we can scout across the map, but we can't really threaten the mineral line of Nightmare. Not with just the one Adept. As the probe is ideally designed to scout and does get eyes on the first Stalker. Stalker is spotted. Gonna be Stalker Adept into double sentry. Back at home, Adepts are moving out. And we'll see what Nightmare can get done. As the Adepts, they will run into each other. Oh, he is hiding, he's waiting. Up! Does get the first shot. Does move out across the map. Likewise, back at home, Nightmare getting in position. Ready to wall off. If need be. Speaking of, we do fully wall off on the top of the ramp. Lunacy does defend. Adept shades in! But again, it's only the one Adept. And can we get any probe kills? No. Again, one Adept can't really do too much here. It gets cleaned up. Back in the main, it's going to be a Twilight Counter follow-up, so we have our tech of choice. Both players expanding. And Nightmare continues to threaten those shades. Just keeping Lunacy on his toes. We don't quite make it in. Meanwhile, Lunacy opening up Robo, so it's going to be a bit of more defensive opener out of Lunacy. With this Robo opener, we can embrace earlier Immortals. Likewise, we can also go for War Prism Harass across the map. We'll see what Lunacy does make first with that Robo. Meanwhile, back at home, it's going to be Blink. Blink is on the horizon. Nightmare's going to have a more mobile army. I'm reminded of Game 3 between Lunacy and Ninja. Very similar setup, very similar dynamic. When Ninja went for Blink and Lunacy went for Immortal Production. First, the Prism is on the way, we mentioned before, but the War Prism is a good way to harass across the map. Adepts shaded to the natural. They get one, they get two probe kills. But they're going to be shut down. Nice force field out of Lunacy. Two probes is good, but not ideal. At the same time, Nightmare sharking around, being active with his army. Nightmare did not confirm the Robo, is unaware, but does engage and does lock down the army. There's no Blink. There's no Blink. We shut down 1, 2, soon to be 3 Stalkers. Massive pickoff here. Oh my god, we barely do save one. Whew. One of the Stalkers is saved, but Nightmare has a massive Stalker lead. He's pushing in. He's going for the kill. He's going for the shield battery, and Lunacy does not have enough. He has not enough back at him to defend. Pulling the boys. Stalker is targeted. The Prism as well. Oh my god, the Prism goes down. We might be able to clean this up, but it's going to come at a cost. At the cost of every Stalker, shield battery, Prism, and even all these probes. We're snowballing out of control already. Behind this, Nightmare takes the third. Getting further ahead. Blink is now done. We focus on the final Stalker. And we have control of the low ground. It's only 3 Stalkers, but this is more than enough. And Lunacy getting into his own Immortal. Working towards that Glaives. Glaives are on the way. Immortal production as well. But Lunacy takes a very, very massive loss here in the worker count. Down to 32 workers. Down to over 10 probes. And back at home, Nightmare, he's chilling. Getting into a gateway explosion. That's going to be 8 gateways in total. Charges on the way. Very gateway heavy. Going Blink Stalker into charge lots. And Lunacy is stuck at home. Lunacy lost the War Prism, so we can't harass across the map. We're going to be building up a hefty Immortal and Adept count, and this has to be a 2-base all-in. Like, we are so far behind in the economy. But even a 2-base all-in, I'm not sure how hard it's going to really hit. We have to maybe rely and hope that Nightmare is too greedy, but Nightmare, he should be working on his army. He's not taking gases. No gases at the natural, no gases at the third. That means that we're going to be relying and focusing on Zealot Warpins. We already have a wave of Zealots with the main army, and we have another wave on the way. And Nightmare is pushing. Nightmare is not slowing down, and no chill. Not for Nightmare. Nightmare is moving out. Lunacy getting caught out of the open. Not like this. We need shield batteries in the overcharge. We need our defensive position, and alas, we pull away. Sentries go down. Shield battery gets targeted, and the shield battery is going to fall. And there's also a collapse on the main army. Nice target firing out of Lunacy. Does focus on the Stalkers. But what about the Zealots? What about the Chargers as they close the gap? They get on top of the mineral line. The juggling has been good. We saved both Immortals, but GG gets called. There's nothing else left, and Nightmare will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Nightmare does take a lead. Again, a very, very assertive start from Nightmare to catch out those 3 Stalkers with the force fields. Again, there was a window where, I was going to say there was a window where Lunacy did not have Blink. True, but he never had Blink. There was a window where he was just vulnerable, was caught out in the open. Nightmare to take advantage of him. You know, before Blink and before the War Prism, those force fields, they can just annihilate an army like that, and very quickly, Nightmare just snowball out of control. Very quickly. Now we're getting into game 2. Now I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping for an ace match, but Nightmare is favored, and he's 1 game away from making it to the semifinals. Oh boy. Here we go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Side Delta, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing himself. Leading the series 1-0, 1 game away from advancing on to the semifinals. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Teal Protoss player from South Korea. Down in this series, he has to fight back here and now to force that ace match. It is Luna C. Here we go. Now, this is going to be an interesting dynamic here where we're loading into Side Delta, so economic openers are favored. Because of that, one-base all-ins are also quite viable on this map as well. And Lunacy, he's going on a bit of a trip. Where are we headed? Where are we going? Looks like we're throwing down a proxy pylon. Now, is this real or fake? That is what I'm curious about. Pylon is thrown down, and do we commit with this? Now, the pylon placement is quite far away from Nightmare's base, so if this was a proxy, most likely a Stargate. Not the best position for a Robo, for example. Just because it takes that much longer for Immortals to reinforce. Gateway's finishing up, Cybercore is on the way. And the probe is in position. Once the Cybercore finishes up, we can throw down that Stargate. Assuming it is a Stargate. Technically, it could be a Twilight Council into a Dark Shrine. True, that's also viable. But a little bit more niche, I should say, as a build. Meanwhile, both players are setting up for their expansions. Interesting. Nightmare throwing down the second gateway. Very safe response. I mean, I say safe, also an aggressive one as well. Nightmare delays his own expansion. And Lunacy is not even scouting. DTs? I mentioned before that Twilight Council and a Dark Shrine is a very niche kind of proxy and niche kind of build, but that's what we're headed towards. Otherwise, why would we proxy the Twilight Council? Show us the Dark Shrine. Show us the Invisible Man. Let's go. Lunacy shutting down that probe. At least attempting to. Keeping Nightmare in the dark. Probe is going to be chased down. We will chase down that worker. And there it is. The Dark Shrine has been placed. One base all in from Lunacy. Meanwhile, Nightmare moving out with his initial army. Can threaten his opponent. Robo's on the way. Nightmare does take a shot to the face, but we have the Zealot to tank some shots. Now, with this Robo opener, it's very safe. It gives us Immortals. It also gives us Observers. Detection is available. The game will not just end. If Nightmare would for any other tech, then he would be in trouble. But we have a way to deal with the DTs. We have an answer for the Dark Templar. We do have an answer. And Nightmare still in the dark, has still not really confirmed what's going on. Still unaware. War Prism first. Oh. No observer yet. And there is a real chance here that the DTs can still slip in and wreak havoc before the observer pops out. It is possible. There we go. DTs are warping in. They're on the way. Do we make the observer? We do. Ooh. Observer next. That means the observer will pop out in time. We will have detection. Adepts do shade in. They shade into the main. There's a shield battery. We get 1 probe so far. 2 probes go down. Getting a 3rd as well. Very nicely done. 4 probe. Oh my god, 4 probe kills. 4 probes do full. DTs are waddling in. And we have detection. We have the observer in position just in time. And the DT will not get into the main. We shut down the main army. We'll shut down the Dark Templar. Nightmare moving out. He has the War Prison. He can juggle. He can reinforce. 1 base versus 1 base. Lunacy making defensive immortals. Immortals are ready. Glaives on the way for Lunacy. Setting up a proxy gateway. Another. So it's going to be a 1 base 4 gate all in from Lunacy. Well, that's a lot of stalkers. And 9 stalkers to 3. Depths are warping in. Cybercore under fire. And Lunacy can't really engage. She just doesn't really have the army for it. It cannot engage with the Stalkers. The Prism slips into the main base. We have Adepts and a Zella as well. We're going for the mineral line. We're going for the economy. And probes are going down. I say that. So far we have the overcharge. We save the workers. Meanwhile, the Cybercore did fall. We throw down the gate. We'll knock down the gateway. Down to 3 gates. Ooh, shield battery as well, and Nightmare has control of the low ground. Meanwhile, across the map, Adepts, they do make their way into the main. We force a recall. Adepts do recall back home. But the Prism does stick around. Lunacy does have an economic lead. True. But Nightmare expands. Yeah, that's all you need to do. Just expand and contain your opponent for as long as possible. As Glaives is finishing up for Lunacy. Nightmare keeping Lunacy pinned. Meanwhile, he's looking for the proxy, trying to figure out what's going on. Trying to find that gateway. As Lunacy is rebuilding the Cybercore, he actually can't make any Adepts. No Cybercore, no Warpins. Oof. And no Warpins for Lunacy. Meanwhile, Dark Templar being dropped into the main. Has potential. Observer's not quite in position for this. Meanwhile, Lunacy going to be expanding, moving out. DT waddling in, does one-shot probes. Yeah, the shield battery does nothing. We get 3, 4, 5 probe kills. Pretty good damage so far, and we can save it as well. Oh. Can save it as the Observer is a little bit slow to respond. Oh my god. No! Okay, calm down! As the Lunacy takes a lot of damage but does escape. Does get away. Meanwhile, Nightmare, after losing all those workers, is actually behind in the worker counts. Down in probes. Still a very tense game. Very tense back and forth. Oh! As a Nightmare will finally find the proxy. May cost him the Prism though. Prism taking a lot of damage. The Immortals, they're forced to unload. They sniped both Stalkers just barely. That was so clutch. 2 more volleys and the Prism would have gone down. Meanwhile, across the map, Adepts, they shed into the main. More probes falling. Nightmare losing a lot of workers. Aye, aye, aye. Yeah, a lot of workers going down. Meanwhile, the Prism dropping into the main base. Points being pulled. We shut down the Stalkers. But at the same time, Lunacy does not turn around. We're committed. Lunacy is committed with 3 Immortals. Can we break down this front door? We have potential. The Raven's force field, there's just too much DPS. There's just too much army here for Nightmare. Across the map, that's going to be 18 probe kills. Oh my god, we eviscerate the economy. There's barely anything left for Lunacy. It's all or nothing. And we're almost down to nothing. 3 Immortals remaining. Down to 7 probes. Barely an economy. We defend the main base. We collapse on top of the Immortals as well. We lock them down. And it looks like Nightmare will clean up this army. The last remaining force of Lunacy. It's going to go down. We pick off all 3 Immortals. Oh, a Stalker as well. And Lunacy, we're huffing a little bit of copium at this point. We're down to 6 probes, down to 3 Adepts, 1 Stalker, 1 Prism, and a Dream. And some copium. A healthy amount. As Nightmare, he's been able to keep up with the aggression of his opponent and DT into the main base. But we have detection. The Prism! Oh my god. Does survive. GG gets called as that was our only chance. That's all we had left, and Nightmare will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Nightmare. He does take the series, does advance on. My condolences to Lunacy, but he did make a series out of it. Lunacy did fight his heart out, and hey, even this game went for a proxy Dark Shrine, which we do not often see. It is, again, very rare builds nowadays in PvP, so I appreciate how chaotic Lunacy was. But Nightmare, for the most part, was able to keep up. Nightmare was losing a lot of probes throughout this game, but did maintain himself, did deny the expansion of his opponent, and was able to get into his own second base economy. GG. GG, well played. Nightmare does take it. And the question becomes, who's up next? Who is up next? As we switch our scenes over. And we switch it again. Refresh that bracket and catch up on what has been going on. Okay, from the bottom, we do have our series which just wrapped up. We will update the admins. Let them know what has been going on. But Nightmare did advance on over Lunacy, and we do have another series. Oh! No, I just missed them! We do have another series which is ongoing, which we did just barely miss. We have Wayne. Well, Pig took a map of a Wayne. Crazy. But Wayne versus Pig currently mid-series. We just missed out, and no, yeah, we missed out by like 5 seconds. We did just miss their lobby, but Wayne versus Patty Mac. They're mid-series. I think they're in game 1. I believe they're in game 1. Unfortunately, we were a little bit too slow, and they just started the game. But that's currently mid-series. Scrolling up, we have Foxtra versus Geralt, also in a PvT, mid-series as well, as Foxtra did take down Applesauce 2-0. And scrolling up, we have Bjorn versus Epic. Bjorn versus Epic, also mid-series in that TVT. So we're going to be focusing on Wayne versus Patty Mac. We will have to wait. Unfortunately, we do have to wait until they wrap up their game, and because they just started, we have to wait a little bit longer. Quickly checking. They're on Oceanborn. Okay. Gonna be on Oceanborn, so I wish them the best. And we'll be trying to catch a mid-series or the winner against Nightmare in the semifinals. That is the plan. Also, my apologies. In the middle of that game as well, there was a resub. Shout out to Jeff Bezos in the chat for 14 months, over a year of support. Thank you. Thank you so much for resubscribing. A better name would be Piracy. But he's crazy. He's lunacy. But thank you so much for resubscribing, Jeff Bezos. We appreciate the support. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I apologize for not putting it out at the time. But there was a lot going on. There was a lot of intensity in the PvP. But thank you. Thank you. Do appreciate it. And yeah, because Patty Mac and Wayne just got into game, we will be going on a break. We'll be going on a short break here, and we'll be coming back once we have a lobby, once we have either Wayne or Patty Mac, or the winner against Nightmare. We'll have our next series eventually. We'll get there. We'll get there. So you can take this moment to take a break, to drain your disruptors, to massage your marines, cuddle your colossus, and tuck in your tempest. Do everything you need to prepare for the semifinals. We're nearing the end of the broadcast. Up next is going to be, again, the quarterfinals, into semis, into grand finals as well. So not too many series, not too many matches remaining here in the broadcast. But again, they're going to be amazing matches nonetheless, as we're kind of nearing kind of the meat of the event, where you have all these big names and big players facing off. It's gonna be a treat, I am sure. Otherwise, yeah, thanks for watching. We're gonna be going on a short break. We'll be back soon in a couple of minutes with our next series. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, we apologize for the intermission, for the break, but I hope you enjoyed the Brutal OC as we have returned with our next series, with a game number 2 as we are jumping in mid-series. We missed out on game 1, unfortunately, but we're here in the second game. We're here mid-series, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ghost River, we have the Red Zerg player representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Wayne. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing himself, currently teamless. It is Patty Mac. Here we go. We're getting into our ZVP again. We're mid-series. Game 1 did go the way of Wayne, and now we're here to embrace game number 2. As a reminder, the winner of this series will face off against Nightmare. Nightmare is waiting in the next round, and we are going for what looks to be a proxy hatch. Hello, Mr. Drone. What's going on? Oh, the hatchery has been blocked, has been denied. We're loading into Ghost River. Very small map, very short rush distance by ground. We're going for the proxy hatch in the wall. No, not even in the wall. As a hatch block. Okay, we have a hatch block out of Wayne, but it was pool first. Bear that in mind. This is a pool first variation, not a hatch first, so this is going to be more aggressive. Link's going to be on the way. Boys are being pulled. Patty Mac is on. The expansion is on the base, and he will deny it. He will shut it down. This is immediately the first phase. Immediately the beginning. Lings are on the way. It's going to be 4 Lings out of Wayne. Hatchery should be cancelled. And I'm sure Wayne is going to be expanding from here. But the gas was prioritized. Up! Ooh, as we do cancel time, going for the eBay block. Sorry, eBay chamber block thereafter. Back at home does expand, does get the expansion, does get the natural. Lings are moving out. Evo chamber. Okay, I was like Evo chamber on the way, but yeah, it was the block. We do delay the expansion for as long as we can. Lings are moving out. And Wayne does do a good job at disrupting the opener of Patty Mac. Does disrupt the opener, but again, we still have not done quite enough damage here. Lings have arrived, the wall is open, and probes are under fire. Even the drone's still in the main. And we get a worker up. Ooh, so far not. Nice control. Nice control. Patty Mac with the probe is quite low. And it is going to get away. Whew. Would you defend? So far so good. Once again, Lings into the mineral line. 1 probe goes down. And we get a second probe as well. 2 probe kills in the main. Lings are pulling away. And back at home, we pull out of gas. Okay, so it's going to be a standard follow-up out of Wayne. It was pull first, yes, and, you know, we've gotten some probe damage with this. But behind this, we're going to be settling into our expansions, our natural, our third base as well. We are going to be saturating, we are going to be droning. We're going to be settling in. We'll be calming things down here in game number 2. Wayne making a safety amount of Lings to make sure we are safe against the Adept Harass. To make sure we are safe. And that's actually a lot of Lings. Now that I look at it, we have quite a lot of Lings already on the way as well. We do get us around. Adepts are going to be cleaned up. But Wayne is keeping his drone count low. Moving out across the map, we'll see what we can get done. We have a Stalker in position, and Lings can threaten the Stalker. Again, Wayne's still being hyper-aggressive, still in the face of Patty Mac. We go for the natural. We have a full wall behind this, but the Stalker is going to be going down, or at least getting close. Yeah, it should fall. Stalker should be cleaned up. Meanwhile, the main way is going to be a Stargate opener into the Oracle. Can we get us around to the Cybercore? We can! Oh my god! Cybercore is going to go down as well. Massive pick-up. We deny Warp Gates. Warp Gate is denied. The Oracle pops out, but back at home we have Queens. We have Spores on the way. We're getting in position. 2 Queens at the main, 2 Queens at the natural. We are ready. The Oracle having a hard time finding any damage as it does move out. Oh! We get 1 drone to the 3rd. We get some damage. Some damage so far. Getting a 2nd, getting a 3rd drone as well. Spores weren't quite done in time, but we flanked the Oracle. Oh my god. Barely does survive. Oracle gets the hell out of there. Warp Gate's still not done. Warp gate still not complete. Well, the second Oracle does hit the third base, getting another 3 drones, not bad. Especially considering that we're keeping the Oracles alive. There's 6 drone kills in total. Lings, once again, they hit the natural, but this time there's an Adept. This time we are in position. And we'll hold. We'll hold on. Wayne is working towards +1 melee. The Baneliness is an interesting choice. I'm curious if we're going for a Bane bust follow-up. Curious if Wayne continues to be the aggressor, or if it's just for safety. Oracles are rotating around. Threatening the third once again, though. That's a lot of queen shots. Oh my god. A lot of queen shots going off. Oracles have to retreat. We're amassing more Lings. We're getting ready for the Bane bust here. We're getting ready for the Ling Bane aggression. Wayne has no chill. And Paddy Mac, he's moving out with the Adepts. Are going to be caught out. Back at home, there's not much to defend. We have 1 Adept, we have 1 Oracle, we have an Immortal on the way. But the goal here is to knock down the third. At least the third base. Oracles, once again, they threaten a dive. Lings, they do catch an Adept. Going for the sentries. The sentries are so exposed. They're going to be shut down. +1 melee still not kicking in, but the mass Ling is going to be enough. We surround the Adepts. We surround the sentries. Immortals on the way. We could also surround that. But now we back off. We respect the Oracle. Oracles did race back home. But we're not done. We have 32 more Lings on the way. Wayne is doubling down and show us the Banelings. There they are. 17 Banelings. They are spotted. They are spotted by the Oracles. But we don't care. We don't care. We just send it, Patty. Shield battery's not done. We're getting to the mineral line. Oof. And we're gonna get a good surround here on the army as well. The Banelings were denied. Not bad. Did deny the Banelings at least. But we're still at the third base. Still getting a lot of damage done. We don't have the best control here. No hold position micro from the Lings. The probes are saved. Very nice defense, actually. Very nice crisis management out of Paddy Mac. Does minimize his losses, and Paddy Mac, he's holding on. Wayne not doing enough damage here. I would have assumed that the third base would have fallen by now, but no, it's still up and running. Still no mining, unfortunately. Those Banelings are waddling in. Wayne wants to end it here and now. Does bust into the mineral line. At the same time, Lings, they get on top of the Immortals, and the base is finally going to go down. This is what I was waiting for. At the same time, +1 melee kicking in. We catch the Stalkers, we catch the Sentries. Going for the Nexus, and the Nexus will fall. 14 probes as well. And finally, Wayne has done enough damage. Back at home, he's droning. He's droning up, saturating his third, saturating his fourth. Getting into roach speed. All he needed was the base. And he got it. And now Paddy Mac, he's stuck on a 2-base economy. He is getting into Colossus, which is good. And we're getting into a more robust army. But Paddy Mac needs time. And the problem is that Wayne, he's droned up to 3-base saturation. And at this point, we might just stop droning and get ready for a second wave, for a second push. This time, not just with Ling Bane, with Roach Ravager as well. So things looking more and more dire here for Paddy Mac. Things are looking dire. So we're trying to slow down Wayne here by just trying to keep the army pinned back at home. Prism's doing what they can, but Wayne is still moving out. When he leaves enough at home to defend, he's collapsing across the map, getting himself the sentries. Miles, they knock down the force fields. Yeah, we're going for what little is left of the army. And there's no way to save this. The Colossus goes down. We collapse on the Immortals as well. GG gets called, and Wayne will take the series 2-1. Sorry, 2-0. Advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. Wayne will take the series, will advance on. My condolences to Patty Mac, but he did advance on to the quarterfinals here. He did make it quite far in the event, and even in Game 1 and Game 2 was able to pose a threat to Wayne. Again, for a moment there, I almost believed. That Patty Mac held his third. Like, it was very impressive that he was able to defend as well as he did for as long as he did at the third base, but eventually did go down. Eventually just was not enough. Once the Bailings rocked up, once the base got knocked down, that was game. And Wayne is going to run away with it, and that means we have our semifinals. Now, looks like Wayne needs a couple of minutes. He's asking for a moment here, asking for a short break. I don't blame him. It's getting quite late in Europe. So Wayne needs a couple of minutes before we get ready for the semifinals. We are more than happy to accommodate. More than happy. And then we can jump into our next game. When it comes to the bracket, do we have any updates? Let's quickly head on over before we go on a break, just because, you know, Wayne is asking for 5 minutes and we're more than happy to oblige. It's going to be Wayne versus Nightmare in the lower half of the bracket. Meanwhile, Björn takes down Epic 2-0. Björn is also lying in wait in the semifinals, waiting for the winner of Foxter and Geralt. I believe Björn, Foxter, and Geralt are being casted and covered by Steadfast. We are focusing on the lower half of the bracket instead. And we will eventually converge in the finals. We'll get there. If our series is a little bit faster, we might be able to catch some Björn action before the finals. Might be able to catch the upper semis as well. All depends on how fast or how slow some of these matches are. We'll get there. We will get there. Otherwise, we are going on that short break. We have a couple of minutes again. Take this time and take this moment to get some snacks, get some water, stretch, take care of yourself, and get ready for those semifinals. Again, we're nearing the end of the broadcast, only a couple matches left. Nightmare versus Wayne is going to be a little bit more up in the air. So far here in this broadcast, they've been clear favorites, right? Like, you know, Nightmare over Lunacy, Lunacy over Ninja, even, I mean, Lunacy versus Mixu was quite close. That was a close one. But here, Wayne versus Nightmare, I do give the edge to Nightmare, but Nightmare's worst matchup is PVZ. That is the matchup that he has to work on the most here. So that does mean that Wayne can pose a threat to Nightmare and can bring him down as well. Personally, I'm hoping for an ace match, but it could still go either way. Predictions will be open once we have our lobby. Until then, we'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. Then we'll be back. We'll be back with Wayne versus Nightmare. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semi-finals of ESL Open Cup Americas, number 239. Whew, it's been quite an intense series or bracket so far. We've had some ups, we've had some downs, but now we have made it to the top 4 of this week's tournament. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing himself, currently teamless. It is Nightmare. One of the favorites for the entire tournament, and spawning in the... Oh. No! As it looks like we have some latency issues here, and we are losing our Brazilian caster. Feels bad, man. Rocklets! Emil! Not like this. Unfortunately, it looks like he might lag out, but I'm sure he'll join us. I'm sure he'll join us in the upcoming matches if he's able to resolve those internet issues. Happens to the best of us. Happens to me as well every now and then, especially during ESL Americas. The internet does like to cut out from time to time. I've been there. Much love to Rocklets, and I wish him the best. I hope he can resolve those issues as we're jumping into our next game. No, wait, to our semifinals. If you're in the chat, predictions will soon be open, so you can place your bets on who you believe will take the series. And a shout out to Baby Links in the chat. Thank you so much, God, Papi God. 27 months subscribing in a row. Thank you so much for the support. Gracias. Gracias, Baby Links. Gracias. And here we go in the top left-hand corner. We have the Red Zerg player representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Wayne. So get your gamma going. Predictions are open in the chat. And we're here to determine our first finalist of the week of the tournament. Who's it going to be? As Wayne opening up pool first. Interesting. Okay, pool first open out of Wayne. The drone moves out across the map. We're going for another proxy hatch. We're going for another hatch block. Okay. Wayne, he just flexed his build against Patty Mac and now is going for it here against Nightmare as well. The drone is in position and the hatchery has been thrown down. Pool first into a hatch block into a gas geyser. Interesting. Also, I was just eating an empanada. But here we go. The hatchery's been thrown down. This does force workers off the mineral line. It's going to be 5 probes. I guess 6 in total here for Nightmare to focus down that hatchery to make sure it does not finish and to force a cancel. We'll see if Wayne can get the eBay block, or I keep saying eBay block, the Evo block in the aftermath. We'll see if he can cancel, then throw it down once again. Meanwhile, Nightmare's in position, forcing Wayne to expand elsewhere. We'll take the unnatural back at home. And again, we should be getting that cancel. Should be upon us momentarily. There it is. Hatchery is cancelled. The drone being as annoying as possible. Gonna try and delay the expansion a little bit longer, but the Nexus can now be thrown down. And it looks like, oh, it barely will. We do get the Nexus. Meanwhile, across the map, Wayne going for his much later expansion. But interesting, he's rushing into link speed and he is staying in gas. You do not stay in gas without a good reason. We're staying in, but we're staying in. The probe will not confirm, so Nightmare's in the dark as to the gas saturation. And do we throw down the Bailey Nest or the Roach Warren? What's it going to be? Where are we spending our gas? There it is, Bailey Nest. Okay. It's going to be full hatch gas into a Bane bust out of Wayne. He's going to be flooding across the map. He's still mining gas, of course, for those Banelings. Meanwhile, across the map, the drone is finally cleaned up. And Wayne, he does skirt around the edge. He does hide his Lings, at least initially. Hides the Lings. Adepts are moving out. Adepts are going to be out of position. We're banking, reinforcing Lings back at home to deal with the initial Adepts. And across the map, these Lings, I'm sure, are about to morph into Banelings. Oh boy. Here we go. It's all or nothing for Wayne. Can he pop off? As Nightmare does threaten the shade. More Lings on the way. We're cutting workers at 15. Like, no saturation. No drones. Barely any drones have been made this game. 15 drones. That is it. That is all we have. Banelings are morphing in. 4 Banes on the way. I'm sure we're hoping for, there we go, a 5th and soon to be a 6th Baneling as well. Adepts confirm lack of saturation. They're racing back home, but the Lings are on the hunt. Up! And they will catch him. We get a surround. Both Adepts do get surrounded. They get shut down. Back at home, what do we have? We have 1 Adept. We have a shield battery on the way. We have another shield battery as well. But the Banelings, they crash in. They knock down the Adept. Do we wall off? Oh no! Oh, we barely do. We barely wall off in time. But we're getting surrounded on the gateway. The gateway's going to fall. Stalker's on the way. It doesn't pop out in time. It's going to be close. It will. Stalker does pop out. We're getting until the Cyber Core. Warp Gate is on the way, but it's not going to finish. It's close. It's so close to finishing. 3 seconds. The shield battery helps. The shield battery keeps the Prism alive, so it keeps the Cyber Core alive. That's a kill on the Gateway. That's a kill on the Stalker as well. And the Cyber Core, and we are breaking in. And it looks like Wayne has done it. GG gets called. Wayne, he breaks on through, and he will take game number 1. GG. A very, very intense game 1 there. Wayne, interesting build overall, going for a pull first. It was a pull first into the hatch block, into a faster gas, into a delayed expansion, into just a Bane bust, into a 1 base all in. 15 drones is all that Wayne had, and he was able to catch Nightmare with his pants down. The pants were down, Papi Nightmare, his depths were out on the map. Nightmare wasn't able to fully wall off, had the shield battery, but even with the shield battery, it just wasn't enough to survive and to make it through. To survive the aggression, to survive the Bane bust, was not ready for it. And just like that, Wayne is a 1 game away from making it to the grand finals. Una más, 1 more is all he needs. And Nightmare, how do we respond? How do we follow this up as we're leading into Site Delta as game 2? Oh, we're getting ready for Site Delta. Let's go. Hi. Intense game, Bobby. Intense game. Alright, getting ready for game 2. You hear the beats, we are loading in. I'm sure Nightmare is maybe going to have a bit of a safer approach here. I mean, it's Side Delta, it's much more defendable natural, it's much more defendable setup overall, with the ramp coming into the natural as well. And here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Side Delta, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing himself, currently teamless, down in the series. Can he bounce back? Can we force the ace match? I'm hoping we can get a game 3, but our eyes are on our player here. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Red Zerg player representing Starlight Twinkle, leading the series 1-0 with a wild build in game 1. What do you have in store for us here in game 2? It is Wayne. Here we go. As the drone this time is kept back at home. This time it's going to be a hatch first out of Wayne, not going for the hatch block, not going for any early game shenanigans yet. Not this time. So it looks like a much more standard hatch gas pull initially out of Wayne. Initially. Probe Scout will confirm. Probe Scout's a little bit later. Again, Site Delta is a much larger map, has a longer rush distance by ground. And Nightmare would be able to block the expansion. Not with this Probe Scout timing. Nightmare confirming the timing of the gas, the timing of the spawning pool, is aware that this time it's a much more standard opener out of Wayne. Much more standard. As the Nightmare is just, again, keeping tabs on Wayne, just making sure everything's as it should be, being as annoying as possible. Herb does have to get the hell out of there. As it is attempting to force inefficient mining. Spawning pool is done. Queens are on the way back at home. We're setting up our tech of choice. We have a pylon thrown down closer to the edge of the main, so this should be a Stargate opener out of Nightmare. Does look to be the case. So we can settle into the mid game. So sooner throw down a tech of choice. So it is Stargate has been thrown down. It's just an Oracle opener into a third standard setup here out of Nightmare. And Wayne has not really doubled down on anything. You can see here he's pulled out of gas, so we're not rushing into a Bailey Nest, not rushing into a Roach Warren. It's just going to be link speed into minerals being prioritized. We're just going to be prioritizing mineral income here. Joining up, saturating our bases. Getting into our third. And settling in. Okay, so after an intense game 1, we can take a moment to breathe. We can calm things down at least a little bit. We can embrace a longer ZVP. We'll see what unit of choice is going to come out first for Nightmare. Should be an Oracle, but we have seen Void Ray and even Phoenix openers at a Nightmare. This time, Oracle is on the way. I see in the chat, Mekoeta. Zerg still exists. Ah, true. Fun fact, last night we had purely TVTs in ESL Asia. We had the TVT semis, both semis into the finals. Meanwhile, the weekend was purely PvP. Purely PvPs over the weekend. Finally, we get a Zerg in the semis. But again, I'm hoping we can get some more Zerg action over the course of the event. Just for some diversity. You know, I'd like to cast some Zerg players sometimes in the tournament. It would be nice. Would appreciate it. A little bit. As Oracle moves out, clears up some of the creep. Third base being taken. Nightmare is expanding back at home. Again, just triple Oracle into a third base. Economic opener at Nightmare. As he is just keeping tabs on Wayne. Likewise, Wayne joining up. Just now getting back into gas income. To gas saturation. And we'll see if Wayne skips the Roach Warren. That's what I'm paying attention to. If we skip the Roach Warren, this could be Ling Hydra, could be Ling Muta as well. Muta is also viable in ZVP. Oracle dips in. Ooh, quick Spore Trick out of Wayne. Does save both drones. The drones are saved. Oracle rotating around. Queens are more or less keeping up. We get up. Not even a drone kill. The Oracle does run out of energy, and with that we do defend. Nice defense so far to Wayne. Plus on melee on the way. No Roach Warren whatsoever, so it looks like it is going to be Ling Hydra. Or again, could be Ling Muta. We'll see what tech structure gets thrown down. We'll see how much gases we take. We'll see where we end up. Meanwhile, Nightmare transitioning into +1 and Blink. It's going to be a Forge and Twilight Council after the expansion. Standard follow-up here, just +1 and Blink into the mid-game. We'll see if we go for a Gateway Explosion. We could still work towards a 3-base all-in, but we should be taking it. We should be taking. Lings get us around. Beans coming in to support as well. The Oracle, ooh, it does take a lot of damage, but will escape. The Oracle does get away, just barely. That episode cleaned up. Wayne moving out. And will hit the third. Won't get much damage done. We have a shield battery, we have an overcharge. We have nice Sim City. Nightmare will deflect the army. Nightmare will defend. And we have our tech of choice. It is not the Spire, it is, in fact, the Hydrogen. So, Ling, Hydra, and a Wayne. Taking his gases. Skipping some of his tech. It can be greedy. Oh god, it can be greedy to skip the Roach Warren, and we have done so. Meanwhile, Stasis in the main. Massive connection. Half the mineral line does get stuck. Half the mineral line is trapped. Nice moves out of Nightmare, especially considering that Nightmare hasn't killed that many drones. Looking at the units lost tab, only 2 drones. These were the first 2 drones going down. So far, Wayne has been keeping up and has been having a beautiful defense against the Oracles until now, until the Stasis. So finally, Nightmare getting some damage. Meanwhile, Ling Rumbai is set up. There's not much at home to defend, but we do have, yeah, Summon Eps. There are Summon Eps in position. We have the shield battery as well. Lings shouldn't get much done. But they can threaten the gateways. We'll force a cancel. Ooh, if we cancel one, we kill the other. Not bad. Meanwhile, Nightmare moving out. Back at him, he's taking up, working towards charge, working towards Archon production. Nightmare is being a little bit assertive, but is really just poking in, doesn't want to commit. When Wayne has drone up to a nice worker count here, 72 drones. Very healthy worker counts. We're on full base saturation. 5th hatchery has been thrown down, and Wayne is focusing on purely Ling Hydra production. Massing up Ling Hydra, knocking down those rooks, and our goal here is to knock down the 3rd base thereafter. Storm is almost halfway done. Storm is going to be a massive factor here in this push, as it's all things light. You know, we have Lings, we have Hydras, they will melt against the Storms. Meanwhile, double Robo on the way. Getting ready for Immortal and potentially Colossus production. Lings are spotted. At the same time, we do knock down the 4th. Yeah, the Nexus is denied. Wayne doesn't commit yet. We got some stasis. We do trigger the Lings, not bad. Lings and Hydras get caught. But at the same time, Wayne is trying to break into that natural base. Doesn't quite break through. So far, Nightmare holding well. And Storm is done. We get the first Storm towards the left. And Wayne backs off. Yeah, the stasis traps were brutal. They basically made a force field here. Did not allow Wayne in. And we're going in once again. We're going for the High Templar. No more Storms. Uh-oh. No more Storms left over. We're trying to break through the main army. Hydras have arrived. We get a full surround. And it looks like Wayne is barely breaking through. We shut down the Archons. We shut down the Stalkers as well. Even with the Storms, we only had the one. We had a zoning Storm, but not enough Storms. The connections were not good enough. GG gets called, and Wayne, he will break through. He will take the series 2-0. And we have a Zerg player in the finals. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Wayne with a brutal timing again, joining up to 72 workers very fast and cutting worker production there, then and there at 72, focusing on purely Ling Hydra. He had a nice spread of units. He was able to bait out the Storms. Again, we did not have a juicy connection with the Storms. We had High Templar banking energy, but the Storms were wasted. They were spent. And without Storms, we could not defend. We could not hold. We could not survive. Wayne. GG. GG, well played. GG, well played. And with that, Wayne is going to be our first finalist, and we are here to determine our second finalist as well. I believe this is a fresh series. I'm actually not entirely aware. But I believe a fresh series here between Geralt and Bjorn. Here we go. I do need a moment. To get things ready. Do need a moment to prepare, but here we go. Spawning in the right hand corner, we have our South Korean Terran player representing Shopify Rebellion. One of the favorites for this entire tournament. It is Bjorn. One of the best Terran players in the world. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the lone Protoss representative, the red Protoss from land of Poland, representing Psystorm Gaming. It is Geralt. Here we go. As we are just trying to wrap things up here. There we go. Predictions will soon be open. And if you're in the chat, place your bets. Place your bets on who you think is going to be our next finalist. Wayne is lying in wait. And Wayne is waiting for the winner of this series. Either Bjorn or Geralt. Either a Protoss or a Terran. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. Bjorn is going to be the favorite player, but Geralt can, of course, threaten Bjorn. And we have seen him take maps before. Can he take the series? It was last week where Geralt did go for a DT opener and did take game 1 versus Bjorn. It was impressive. Geralt just sneaking in with the DTs, and Bjorn muled just before the Dark Templar arrived. And with that, Geralt did take the first game. We'll see if we can do something like that again. Referring to taking the game, not necessarily DTs. We'll see. We shall see. For now, we are settling in. Our racks followed by the factory, double gas opener, faster factory, delayed CC. Delayed command center for Bjorn. Going to be a little bit more assertive, a little bit more aggressive. I mean, Bjorn has been quite aggressive historically here against Protoss in recent times. Just double checking, making sure that everything's on the up and up. Just making sure. As Geralt is going for his gate expand, Reaper has arrived. Going to be dancing with the initial units. Dancing with Geralt. Back in home. Going into... Okay, we have our CC on the low ground, but the starport here on the high ground. From Bjorn. Getting ready for what looks to be a bit of a mine drop. First Widowmine has arrived, and we're following it up with a second Widowmine as well. Okay. Gonna be a Widowmine drop opener out of Bjorn. Very old school. Not really seen too often nowadays. As the probe is gonna try to force friendly fire. It doesn't quite pull it off. SCV pulls away. Widowmine has been scattered. Back at home, Geralt opening up with a Stargate. Interesting. Okay. Oh my god, not just one! Double Stargate? Geralt, calm down. Okay, double Stargate opener from our Protoss player going Mass Phoenix, I imagine. If this was Hero, I would maybe think of double Oracle, but yeah, there we go. Mass Phoenix for Geralt. Bold move, we'll see if we can get away with it. Meanwhile, back at home, Medevacs on the way, and we will soon be moving out with that drop play. The Widowmines are amassing, and we're moving out across the map. Now, this Widowmine drop is not designed necessarily to get damage done. I mean, damage can be dealt, but more importantly, scouting. We're trying to scout across the map, trying to get a read on what Geralt is up to. And if we can confirm the Mass Phoenix play, then we can, of course, prepare and respond with as much anti-air as we can get. Bjorn is moving out. Does hit the natural. Widowmine drop comes in. Threatens a drop. Phoenixes are revealed. And Bjorn is going to be forced to unload. Boosting in a little bit further, getting a full scout. He sees everything. Oh my god, he barely does. He's gonna be cleaned up, but it's worth it. Well worth it for Bjorn. Does confirm both Stargates. And back at home, we don't need tanks. We need Cyclones, we need Marines, Vikings, anything and everything that shoots up. There we go. One tank into Cyclone production. Very important here for Bjorn. eBay's on the way. That's going to be for missile darts as well. And Bjorn is stuck at home. Bjorn, he's going to be stuck at home until he gets enough anti-air. Adept's moving out across the map. Beast into the main. We get an SCV. We delay the racks. Do delay that racks. As we dip in once again, getting another worker. Adept's threatening a shade. Oh, they do get into the main. We shouldn't commit here. Adepts and Phoenix is trying to work together, but yeah, there's just too much man with gun. We get one Adept, we're going to get another as well. I say that, we get into the mineral line. Likewise, Phoenix is catching reinforcements. Bjorn getting pulled apart a little bit here, but he doesn't lose any workers. It doesn't lose SCVs. Cleans up the Adepts. Phoenix is going for the tank, and we do get the repair though, just in time. Repair, we keep the tank alive just barely. We're okay. We could do with, yeah, going back to mining. Bjorn does defend. And we're just building up and backing up until Stim finishes. Once we get our upgrades going, then we can move out across the map. Until then, we're stuck at home, and we see Geralt taking a third. Now that he has map control, takes a third base, working towards Colossus production. We have the Robo, we have the Bay on the way as well. And the Colossus are on the horizon. He's keeping Bjorn pinned. We have to be careful. Again, Phoenixes, they can be quite fragile units. Bjorn is moving out, but again, we already have one. We're about to have one Colossus back at home. See Phoenixes threatening a dive. Delaying the third CC. Just keeping Bjorn pinned, recalling back home. 4 SCVs go down. Bjorn is moving out, he's committed, but back at home we have force fields, we have shield batteries, we have a Colossus. We should be perfectly safe and sound. Bjorn should not be able to push into this, does stim in, but runs into a brick wall of Protoss. And we lift the tank. We focus it down as well, just barely. And Bjorn has to get the hell out of here. Bleeds out Medivacs, tanks. Oh, the Raven went down as well. Massive pickoffs, and Geralt, he's looking good, looking strong. He's building up a higher Colossus count and can once again move out across the map, can threaten these mineral lines. Beyond is not going for an all-in, he's taking a third TC, so he's looking to expand. Trying to get into a longer game. Base is spotted. Greens, they catch a Phoenix, not bad. Do get a Phoenix. And we're headed into a longer game. What I really like out of Geralt here, especially because Bjorn is pinned. Like, Bjorn, he's stuck at home. He's been stuck for quite some time. Take the gold, right? Just be greedy. Just take advantage of Bjorn because he is trapped. So may as well just go, just send it. Go for the gold, double expand. Get further ahead economically. And then embrace your Colossus composition. Colossus into Disruptor. Nice EMPs, but we do catch a ghost. Oh, we try to. One piece goes down. Almost bleeding out another. That's a nice EMP from Bjorn. Geralt pulling away. Scan gets eyes on the gateway explosion. Confirms no more Stargate production. No Fleet Beacon, no Carrier Rush. It's just Colossus. If this was classic, it'd be a different story. For sure. But we have hit critical mass. We have 3. It's going to be 4 Colossus. 4 Colossus plus 1 air attack. I would not be opposed to a Fleet Beacon, by the way. Especially if we can hold on to the 4th. That's a big if, though. Bjorn once again moving out. Moving out with 2 ghosts. He has EMPs. Has potential. Potential, the drop is spotted. Big scout there out of Geralt. He's aware. Warping in, disruptor production has begun. Plus 1 air attack, halfway done as well. We have Blink on the way, so I was hoping for a Fleet Beacon. We're not quite embracing that yet. I do think it'd be a really good moment for that sort of thing. For carriers, but it is risky. Because Bjorn is holding his own. Zelts are cleaned up. Gold basically saturated. We have another Nexus on the way. Bjorn now working on his 4th. But Geralt likewise working on his 5th. Does have to be careful. Meanwhile, when it comes to Bjorn, he has now worked towards a 2nd starport into mass Viking production, plus 1 ship weapons on the way, all things anti-air. Now, Bjorn's army does look a little bit fragile, but he's got a lot of firepower here. There's so much DPS in the Marines, the Vikings, the Ghosts with their EMPs as well. There's a lot of damage output here for Bjorn. But it all depends on the engagements. Again, like, because of the high disruptor count, it's not going to be easy. Going to be easy to push in. Scan once again. We can see Bjorn, he's making sure there's no carriers. He's making sure there is no Skytoss production. Not yet. Bjorn moving out with a double drop towards the left. Main army is distracted. Storm is on the way. Nice EMP. EMP does blanket the entire army. We have to race back home. The drop is spotted. Bjorn gains ground. He can threaten the gold. Another EMP. Connects with the Phoenixes. Geralt responding with his entire army here. This I'm not so sure about. Leaving his disruptors back home. Okay, Bjorn brings everything together. 3rd starport on the way for Bjorn. Storm is about to finish. Oh, Oh, we do have High Templar. High Templar, they're already morphed in. They're gathering energy. Now, this is a lot to control. We have disruptors, we have storm, we have lifts for the phoenixes. Potential force fields as well. We'll see how Geralt does bring it all together. The army is spotted. Nova's going up. Zoning the army away. Meanwhile, Geralt's a bit out of position. Or is he? Does catch Bjorn out. Massive EV on the Phoenixes. Phoenixes are going down. But the Novas, ooh, they do connect. They shut down the Bio army. I say that we overextend with the Disruptors. Disruptors are going down. Storm behind this as well. And Geralt, he loses almost every single Disruptor. He does break the army, but that was a messy fight. Trying to chase Bjorn down. We have 2 Disruptors left, 2 Colossus as well. Geralt, he barely maintains himself. Looking at the trades, that was 4 Disruptors. That was 4 Disruptors and 2 Colossus. Like, that was a lot of Robo units falling. Okay, we did overextend with those Disruptors, and likewise, we lost every single Phoenix as well. Zellarobite hits a planetary, but it's a planetary. Yeah, it's gonna be fine. Beyond double expanding, taking the 5th and the 6th. And the pressure is now on Geralt to deny one of these bases. To deny both of them even. Let's delay one. Working his way towards the other. And CC is going to be hunted down. Does give Bjorn time to respond. We'll rotate over. Again, both players are maxed out, still very tense, and Geralt still has not teched up into Sky Toss. Committed to a ground-based army. Nova's just zoning for now. No major connections. Bjorn establishing the base on the right-hand side. Getting his 5th. Already a planetary. Geralt gonna try and knock it down. The main army of Bjorn at a position we might just trade a base for a base. Or do we turn around? Nova's going off. We do connect. Ooh, big connections. And Bjorn, he commits. He's going for the gold. The planetary does survive. We lose SCVs, but only workers. And meanwhile, Bjorn, he will get a kill on the Nexus. Yeah, better trade for Bjorn. Geralt trying to come in from behind, trying to catch out the army. At the same time, Zellaromite towards the natural. Nova's going off. Bjorn being chased down. Oh, the Colossus is in a bit of an awkward position. Both Colossus are, oh my god, no! The Colossus do fall to the Vikings. The Disruptors overextend as well. Yeah, Geralt losing all of his Robo units. Massive loss for Geralt. He's gonna lose everything. We have 1 Storm. But the damage has been done. He lost every Disruptor, every Colossus. And Bjorn has a massive supply lead. And now here come the Freedom. Liberation has arrived. The Freedom is here. We have Liberators and Vikings. We're ready for all things Protoss. And Geralt, he lost too much. He lost far too much. He lost the base as well. Bear that in mind. His economy is a little bit less than ideal. Geralt is still trying to recover. 2 more Robos on the way. And here comes Bjorn. Bjorn with a maxed out army. And Geralt's still rebuilding. There we go. Oh, big connection. Oh my god. Big connection on those ghosts. Do collapse on top of the Nexus. Bjorn rotating over. Nova goes up. And this time no connection. And here come those Libs. And Liberators are sieged up. Nova's a zone, but this time no big connections. Not yet. At the same time, DTs hit the planetary. Planetary lives. Planetary does survive. And Geralt, he's still up against the wall. Liberator harassing on the right-hand side, getting 8 probes. Geralt, he's struggling to hold on. Disruptors can buy time. We're making 3 of them at a time as well. That's a lot of disruptors. There's not much else. Decent storms. Oh my god. You sit in the storms for a moment there. Geralt, he's keeping up. If we can land some good Novas, then we can take a fight. Speaking of, cells collapsing in the army, disruptors on the way. This time, no liberators. And that was a rough fight for Bjorn. Stuck around a little bit too long, and Ghost goes down. Geralt, he will knock down this base for a second time. At the same time, you see Bjorn across the map as well, trading a base for a base. At the same time, Bjorn taking the gold. He's getting on top of the gold, and Bjorn goes to the snipe. Oh, gets 1. Gets 2. 2 disruptors for nothing. Nice trade for Bjorn. Snipes 2 disruptors, denies the gold. Threatening another base. So Bjorn denies 2 bases and threatens the 3rd while taking the gold behind this as well. Geralt forced to respond. As the drop play does continue. Oh, there it is. I was like, where's the lib? Lib at the linear 3rd. Gets a couple of probes. And Bjorn is remaxed once again. He has remaxed. Now, Geralt, he's keeping up somewhat in supply, but it's still so risky. It's heavily reliant on these purification Novas. Now he's to engage. Nova's not quite connecting. And Liberator catching workers up. Oh my god. Getting 1 Marauder. Geralt has been able to remax. Hasn't been pretty, but he survived. Geralt has maxed out. Again, we're lacking those lives from earlier. We go for the dive. Bold move, and we do focus on almost every single disruptor. 1 Nova does connect. But we focus on so many disruptors. Oh my god, another big connection. Bjorn taking the Novas to the face. At the same time, probes are going down. Liberator does reposition. DTs hit the planetary. Planetary goes down. But Bjorn, his bank, his production is still just overwhelming Geralt. As Bjorn still maintains a massive supply lead. Massive army supply lead, I should say. And here we go. This time the Liberators have been rebuilt. They're back. Freedom has returned. Yeah, Bjorn headed towards that southern base. Geralt out of position. He's distracted in the base. It's gonna go down. There's no saving it. Does respond with some zealots. We're actually going for the mineral line, not quite the Nexus. Why not both? But what can los dos? Nexus goes down. Disruptors as well. Both disruptors even. Yeah, Geralt's getting pulled apart at this point. We have a base soon to be saturated, but losing so much, even catching out the probes as well. As we attempt to clash with the main army, again, Liberators will just zone Geralt away. This is also why Skytoss is necessary in a longer game. Basically, when you get into this amount of Liberators, how do you deal with it with a ground army? You can't really. You do need to take to the skies, whether it's Carrier, whether it's Tempest. It's why late game PvT is reliant on Skytoss. Why it can be difficult to make this kind of army work. Not impossible, but difficult. Do attempt to push in. Yeah, Liberation's running away the army. Ooh, big storms when we catch the High Templar. As the army is zoned away. Now only gateway units, only Stalker, only Zealots. Disruptors do come in to reinforce. Oh, good connection. Nice Novas. We pull back. Again, trading out these libs. And we get 22 probe kills. That drop on the right-hand side and killed the base, killed the mineral line, and it's going for another Nexus. And we'll get it. Geralt down to 4 bases, down to 22 probes, barely an economy, barely any mining. And Bjorn is running away with this. Taking another expansion, is running out of resources in some of these bases. It's taking more expansions. All the bases. What's going on? There is a world where Geralt could take a fight if we can catch like a juicy Nova on the army, then maybe. But outside of that, oh god, the EMPs are brutal. Oh god, Bjorn, calm down. EMP the main army. We stim on forward. We focus on the disruptor. There's one disruptor left. One disruptor remaining. And we're just going to chase this down. No fear. Not anymore. GG gets called. Well, the 1G and Bjorn will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Bjorn will take a lead in the series. Geralt had a really nice early game. Remember, Geralt, he had map control, he had the goal base over his opponent, he was up in economy, up in army. He had a nice amount of momentum early on, but that momentum eventually fizzled out, and I was waiting for it. I was expecting a fleet beacon. We never got it though. Even Bjorn was checking. Remember, the constant scans in the main was to keep eyes on the Stargate production to make sure that there was no Skytels, to make sure that there was no kind of crazy tech switch into carrier. I say crazy. Natural tech switch into carrier. Never quite went there. And Bjorn was happy to fight with a ground-based army instead. More than happy. Here we go, and now we're settling into game number 2. Number 2. As a reminder, Wayne is waiting for the win of the series. Is lying in wait. And we'll see who's going to be. Who will be our second finalist. Bjorn is 1 game away from making it to the grand finals. Geralt has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. Let's go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Psystorm Gaming. It is Geralt. Let's go. We have our TVP. Have our game 2. Again, Geralt was able to get away with his initial opener. As a reminder, in game 1, we had double Stargate Mass Phoenix into Colossus, into eventually Mass Disruptor, and Geralt, he did quite nicely, just gaining map control, shutting down the initial aggression of Bjorn, taking the 3rd, taking the 4th base, taking a 5th base as well. Like Geralt, he was popping off early on against Bjorn. Can we do that again? Can we replicate that success and exceed that success as well? Can we take it even further? Let's go. Can we take it further? For now, moving out with the Brave Scouts. Moving out. I've seen the chat. Great AAA quack right into my veins. Ah, quack, puppy, quack. Man with gun is good. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Man with gun. Not much out there can exceed the power of Man with gun. I think there was a comment on YouTube yesterday that said there's not much out there in the universe that can contest against Man with gun and drugs, which refers to Stim. True, true. It's a powerful thing. Meanwhile, hello, Geralt. What's our plan? Show us the pylon. Up. Up. Oh, never mind. Perp is going to be pulling away. Zealot has arrived. And my eyes are still on Geralt here with what he has up his sleeve. Behind this was standard opener, just a gate expand. Meanwhile, Beyond going for, once again, double gas into a faster factory, into a delayed CC. And Geralt does keep that probe hidden. Zell's moving out. Yo. Are we planning something crazy again? Remember last time? Twilight Council opener. Probe is hidden. If we throw down a pylon, a Dark Shrine is possible. Do we go proxy DT? If you remember, I spoke about this at the start of the series. If you weren't here last week, one, shame on you. Where were you last week? But last week we had this series. This is a rematch from last week. And Geralt vs. Beyond went to the ace match. You may be wondering, how did it go to the ace match? On this map, Geralt went for a proxy Dark Shrine. And there it is! Proxy Dark Shrine 2 weeks in a row, same map as well. And this is how Geralt did bring Beyond down last week with DTs, just as Beyond muled. It was heartbreaking. It was heartbreaking. Beyond, he muled, and the second after he muled, DTs arrived. And he had no detection, and the game ended. The game ended then and there. Ooh, but Beyond, he is on the hunt. He's looking for the proxy, looking for the setup. Cyclones are going to be targeted down. Ooh, there's one Stalker left. It's going to be close. The Stalker does fall, but Beyond, he cleans up the Gateway Army. He does not keep checking. He does not keep looking. He is in the dark as to what's going on. Back at home, going to be a Raven opener. Okay, Beyond will not be done dirty. This time, he will have detection. He will have mobile detection, not just scans, but also Ravens. So cheeky move out of Geralt, but Beyond, he remembers. I'm sure he remembers. I'm sure he doesn't forget of what happened last week, of how he fell or lost the map to Geralt. So this time, playing safe. Is playing it safe. Dark Shrine is done. DT is now being warped in. Dark Templar waddling in. We have 2 DTs, but again, Björn is about to have that Raven. The Raven has arrived. We have detection, constant detection, I should say. So this time, the DTs shouldn't really get much here between the bases. Yeah, we do get eyes on it. We shut it down. Dark Templar does fall. And this time, Björn holds. This time, Beyond does hold. Meanwhile, across the map, Geralt's getting to his third base, probing up, working towards Blink. This was not an all-in, it was just a cheeky maneuver, and it didn't pay off. It did not pay off in the end. And likewise, we find the second Dark Templar as well. We clean it up. Ooh, Stalker's coming in for a flank. They catch the Raven. Raven goes down. And that does create an opening for the DTs, but that's also very obvious. And I'm sure Beyond is going to be holding onto scans. I mean, I say that we have a turret. We have a turret at the natural. We have a detection. Beyond securing himself in his 2-base setup. Should be able to keep up. Meanwhile, behind this, Geralt just saturating his bases, working towards Charge. Temple Archives, working towards Charge of Archon. Building upon that army. Do you have another DT waddling in? Trading with Marines. Getting a handful of them. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Big young Marines, but the drop is moving out. And Geralt might be aware, should recognize, hold up, where did the medevacs go? Where are your Marines? Back at it, we have Zelts at the third. We don't have much in the main. Storm is halfway done. And Young does go for the drop. Right into the main base. Go to supply blocks. No shot. Now is not the time. A massive supply block for Geralt. We deny charge. Charge is denied. We get into the mineral line. Probes are going down. Now we can warp in as we've lost workers. At the same time, we hit the third. Storm is not done. It's barely not ready. We need a couple more seconds. Yeah, Storm has not completed. We collapse here on top of the third base. We get into the mineral land as well, and probes are going down left and right in the main at the third. And Geralt just cannot keep up. Not anymore. DT was adventurous here. The Dark Shrine was bold by Geralt, but did set him behind, did delay his tech. Did mean that Storm finishes up a couple seconds too late. Does finish too little too late. Ooh, Mind Shots connect. And Björn, he's gaining ground. He's gaining ground, focusing down the cyber core. Ooh, DT takes down a tank. Not bad. And we have a Storm. We have two. There's a High Templar in the Prism as well. Overcharge is spot. We're holding onto that Storm for as long as we can. A big connection. Oh, takes down a big line of Marines. That was a juicy Storm. But Geralt is stuck on two bases. And behind this, Björn takes a third. Björn takes a third base, taking up. Cybercore still on the way for Geralt. Another Storm. This time we split. Oh my god. Splits here from Björn. There's one Storm left. It's in the War Prism. Storm gets thrown down. That's all we had left. That's all we had left in the chamber. Damn, Mind Shot gonna be going off. Nice juggling here out of Geralt. Another Storm comes in. But alas, it looks like we're breaking through. Scan making sure there are no DTs, there are no Dark Templar. And Geralt's a valiant effort making it here into the semifinals, making it this far in the tournament. But GG gets called. All the G's. Good luck as well. And Björn will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, Björn will take it. And a shout out to Geralt again for making it this far. It is not an easy run to make it to the semifinals of ESL Americas. Not easy at all. So congratulations for Geralt to making it this far, to making it into the prize pool as well. Does make some money out of this, but will fall at the hands of Björn once again. But I did appreciate it. And again, game one was very close. Game one was very back and forth. And Geralt definitely had moments where he was ahead, where he had a lead. Did slip away in the end, but did have his moments. And I hope to see more of Geralt in the coming weeks. I'm sure we will. I'm sure we will, as we're getting ready for those grand finals. Getting ready for those finals. It's going to be a TVZ between Björn and Wayne. As a reminder, Wayne did defeat Nightmare earlier on stream. We were lucky enough to cast both semifinals, but Nightmare did go down. Wayne has been patiently waiting and hopefully still awake. I know it's very late in Europe. Let me just quickly double check. Ooh, 5 a.m. Oh my god, the degens are real. There's a reason why we don't get much European representation in these tournaments. Clem is, of course, in Korea at the moment, and alas, is not one to wake up early in the morning. So Clem is unable to play in these events anymore, at least while he's in Korea. Meanwhile, MaxPax has been absent as of late, but we have players like Geralt, Wayne as well. Skills from time to time. The degens of the European region. They're willing to play at 3, 4, 5 a.m. in the morning. They're happy to. They like it. They like it. With that, we are all heading into our lobby and getting things ready for the finals. Getting things ready for the grand finals. As a reminder, it's going to be a best of 5. Predictions will soon be open. They'll soon be open in the chat. And it will be that best of 5. Bear that in mind. Bear that in mind as we're making sure we're getting all the casters involved. Gathering everyone we need. And we're jumping into the final series of the morning. And I am hella tired. For those who were here last night, I was streaming. I was laddering at like 3 a.m. in the morning, and I got like 5 hours sleep. I was streaming until I got tired, basically. And, I got 5 hours sleep, then we jumped on, we casted, and from here, I'm most likely gonna get some more sleep. I'm most likely. But here we go, we're jumping into our finals, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Beyond. And in the bottom right, we have as opponent, we have the Red Zerg player, representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Wayne. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think is going to be our champion. Bjorn is the heavy favorite, but so was Nightmare. And Wayne did bring Nightmare down in a very aggressive, very fast best of 3. And Wayne could do it again. Again, Wayne is a much more aggressive player out there. He's willing to spice things up, willing to be in your face more often than not. But so is Bjorn, as Bjorn is opening up 2-Rax Reaper. Let's go. Gonna be a 2-Rax Reaper build here out of Bjorn, being the aggressor earlier on. Meanwhile, Wayne opening up Hatch Gas Pool. Standard opener from Wayne. We'll see if he can keep up. We'll see if he can minimize losses. The goal of this build for Bjorn is to contain Wayne on 2 bases, to delay the 3rd base for as long as we can, to maybe even pick away at the drones and queens, but more importantly, just delay the 3rd. That is the goal. That is the plan. Is the plan. And there we go, Reaper production has begun. Moving out across the map. Reapers are moving out across the map, headed towards that natural. Likewise, Wayne getting into his queens, getting into his links as well. So we have those predictions. Also, to reiterate what I meant, someone's asking, where's Bjorn? He's in Korea. Clem is known for being a bit of a degen. The reason why Clem doesn't play in this, it's like 11 a.m. in the morning in Korea. That's too early for Clem. Okay, Clem doesn't wake up until like 2 or 3 p.m. in the afternoon. Okay, it's too early for Clem. Unfortunately, we'd love to see him. I think it was 2 weeks ago we casted Trigger, and I was asking Trigger as well. I was like, Papi, where's everyone else? Where's Estrella? Where's Clem? Where's Future? Why aren't they playing in ESL Americas? They're like, oh, they're all asleep. They're all still sleeping, Pat. So only the early risers in Korea play in ESL Americas. When I say early, I mean people that wake up at like 9 a.m. in the morning. So Beyond, Dark, Hero, Classic, most of the Koreans. Do you participate? Do you take part? As we do manage to pick off one of those tumors. Nicely done here by Bjorn. Once again, containing Wayne on 2 bases. Wayne now takes a 3rd, a very delayed 3rd base. Link speed kicks in, and the Links are moving out across the map, ideally catching the Reapers, but Bjorn is aware of the timing. He pulls away just in time, and Bjorn will not lose the Reapers. They will get back home. Speaking of, this is going to be a 3-Rax follow-up. Interesting. We don't often see this, but this is a very aggressive follow-up. So basically the way this works, it's a stim timing. It's a big stim timing. We're going to move out across the map before Medivacs. Before Medivacs hit the field, we're going to be moving out with a massive amount of Marines, with stim, with combat shields, and this is going to hit like a truck. Right now, Bjorn is looking for Overlords. He's hoping to hunt them down. Looking for Overlords and looking for any kind of stray units before embracing his real push. Back at home, Wayne going for a safety Bailey Nest. Interesting. I mean, we'll see how well that works. Bailey Nest for the defense can be difficult to make work just because with Stim you can focus fire and split against Bailings, and it can be difficult to make them connect, especially this early on. They're going to be slow Banes, bear that in mind. And if Wayne drones up too much, it can all end here and now. Here comes the move out. How many Marines? It's going to be 21. 21 Marines from Beyond. Behind this, again, it's not all in. Working towards the factory, into an eBay, into a starport, into our next step, our next stage. No 3rd CC yet. Very aggressive build out of Beyond. And thankfully, Wayne is making links. 22 links in production. They should finish up in time. We should be okay. As we go for the stim, we go for the dive, we get one queen. Oh, nice double stepping against the Lings. We avoid the surround. The Lings are going down left and right. Oh my god, we lose every single Ling, and that was not the dive that Wayne was looking for. He lost everything. The Lings went down, the queens as well. This is a very solid trade here for Bjorn. He might not completely end the game. He gets everything. He gets everything. Every single unit goes down. We have 30 Lings in production, but again, Wayne, he did engage a little bit too early, a little bit too soon. And Bjorn trades beautifully. I'm afraid to look. I'm afraid to look at the efficiency here as we clean up the Marines. And let's have a look. 21 Marines for 59 Lings and 5 queens. Every single queen. And we reset the queen count. There's 1 queen left in the main. Wayne going for a Ling counterattack. But remember, we were not all in. We have another reinforcing force of Marines. We have the factory, the starport. We're getting ready for drop play for medevacs. And Wayne is in a rough position. Wayne needs to be up in drones, and we're even in workers, which means Bjorn is ahead. We have mules. Bjorn has the economic lead. We have a bunker back at him just in case. And Bjorn is now getting into his 3rd CC. So Bjorn didn't kill his opponent, but he did cripple it. Like, Wayne is crippled, and he's got a lot of recovery to do. To have to recover, we have to drone up as hard as possible, take another base, or commit to an all-in. But Wayne is taking double Evo chambers, bailing speed as well. We are building up towards a longer game, at least trying to. Bjorn scans ahead of time. He confirms that we have been droning. He confirms that there is saturation. Bailings are on the way. Bailing speed is almost done. This second move out, even though it has a tank, even though it has medevacs, Wayne is going to be a little bit better prepared for this. We'll have Ling Bane. Meanwhile, Bjorn, he doesn't go for the 3rd, he goes for the 4th. He's going for the expansion, going for the hatchery. Hurrying up some creep. The base has completed. Can we deny the expansion? It does finish, which means we get a kill. Oof. It's going to be 300 minerals down the drain. We deny the 4th. And that's going to hinder not just the economy of Wayne, but the production as well. That is a massive pick-off. Wayne going for a Ling counterattack, but we have Marines in position back at home. And we should be okay. With medevacs, these Marines are going to be perfectly safe and sound. Oh, we have Bailings, though. With Bailings, that does change things. Yeah, we can collapse in. We deny the 3rd base. We do delay it for as long as we can. We got 5 SCV kills. Not bad. Wayne turning back around, setting up a surround. And again, Bjorn has done a lot of damage already. We should be leaving soon, though. We don't want to stick around too long. Otherwise, Wayne will punish this. As Bjorn is backing up.
Command center upgrade complete.
Does siege up, catching the Lings. And Wayne is going to collapse in. Bjorn does save the Marines at least. Tank goes down. Marines do survive. Wayne committing to a push, but this time we have a tank on the high ground, we have a tank on the low ground as well. We have a solid defensive setup here with SimCity and 3 tanks. He wants a little bit more damage. He wants a queen. Up. He gets one. 1 queen goes down. Medevac does fall. That was still an efficient trade for Bjorn. He shaves off a lot of Lings. And Bjorn is building up towards his 2-2 timing. 2-2 is on the horizon for Bjorn, and once it kicks in, he's going to move out. This time, not just with 1 tank, with an army. With a massive army as well. Meanwhile, at least Wayne has established another 4th. We have a backup 4th, now a 5th base on the way as well. The creep is looking decent on the right-hand side. So Wayne, he has an army to work with. Does have an army. Bracing his gases. Double drop is moving out, and we will find the drones. We spot the transferring workers. We're going for the base. And I started stepping out of Bjorn. The target firing. Oh my god, he gets every single drone. 8 drones go down. At the same time, drop into the main, but Wayne is keeping up. Lings are in position. Are in position. And here we go. We have our upgrades. 2-2 is now done for Bjorn. And now we can move out. Now we can be active on the map. I mean, I say that. +2 defense is still on the way. We're getting there. Now we can be active. Bjorn going for the hatchery, getting low. Won't quite get it, but reinforcements are on the way, clearing up some creep. Bjorn is just all over Wayne here. Dropping at the third base, getting 7 drone kills. We are pushing onto creep, but yeah, Bjorn playing it safe. Bjorn pulls away. Job's coming back in. And Wayne just doesn't have the supply. Bjorn is maxed out. Wayne is down 40 supply. Just doesn't have the numbers. Cannot keep up. Widowmines are burrowing. Massive Widowmine connection. Oh my god. On the Ling Bane. Bio army. Some of it left behind. We clean up here to Wayne. Job play continuing. Medevacs are cleaned up. And Bjorn, his production does not end. Does not stop. We keep rallying. And we just keep moving out. Denying another expansion. Bjorn hitting another base. Up. Ooh, forcing with a friendly fire. But even with some of the friendly fires, it doesn't matter. it doesn't matter, Bobby. We have a drop of the third, drop of the main, and the main army hits at the fourth base as well. The hatchery is finally going to be going down. We have Ultras, we have Hive. Ultras have arrived, and we can barely hold on. The Ultras, they hold the line. At least at the 5th base. But not here in the main. GG gets called. It's just too much, and Bjorn will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Again, Bjorn popping off with the initial move out, with the initial 3-racks. He traded insanely well, and we mentioned it at the time. Bjorn didn't kill Wayne early on, but he did maim him. He did cripple Wayne. And it all led into the eventual kill on the 4th base with the 2nd wave, with the 2nd push, with the 1st tank. And that was too much. That was the nail in the coffin then and there. It was just too much damage too early on. Wayne could not recover, could not keep up after those early losses. And Bjorn snowballed out of control. GG. GG, well played. With that, Bjorn takes a lead, but now we're getting ready for game number 2. Let's go. Getting ready for that 2nd game. It's going to be on Post-Youth. Okay. A much larger map, a map that I'm sure Wayne is going to be a little bit more comfortable on. We'll see if we can embrace it. See if we can jump in. Here we go. My eyelids are getting heavy. I mentioned before, I didn't get much sleep, so we got this. We got this. We can survive the finals. We can make it. We can make it. I'm surviving off of the power of coffee right now. Yes, the Chinese Terran. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Post-Youth, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 1-0. But it's a best of 5, plenty more games ahead of us, and I want to believe we can make a series out of this. But he has momentum. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Red Zerg player, representing Starlight Twinkle, going for a 15-15, safe opener this time. It is Wayne. is going for a 15 hatchery into a 15 spawning pool. A very safe build here as we go for the extractor trick. Going for that 15 pool timing. The way this works is earlier queens and earlier lings. It means that against a 2x Reaver build, we will be safe and sound. We will be quite secure. This does mean the gas is later and the expansion is a little bit later as well. But safe play from Wayne. Makes sense against Bjorn. Bjorn is known for 2x Reaper. He did embrace 2x Reaper in game 1. But here in game 2, it is a standard opener. Racks expand. No second racks out of Bjorn. So essentially we have a safe opener out of Wayne, but there's nothing to be safe against. Now, the other thing about this build from Wayne is it can lead into roach play. The reason for this is because gas is late, gas is delayed. So a lot of players, I say a lot of players, some Zerg players, they will just skip out on link speed and just embrace roach play instead. We'll see if Wayne is one to do so as well. We'll keep an eye on him as he did not delay his gas for too long. Gas wasn't delayed for too long. Meanwhile, we main out over. We saturate the gold minerals. And we have our first Reaper moving out across the map. Reaper is moving out. Does hit the mineral line up, threatens the drone, but Wayne is in position. Oh my god! Almost does get the Reaper, but alas, we lose all 4 of those lings. Well, 2 of those lings, my apologies. 2 lings go down, but Wayne does fend off the Reaper, and we will secure ourselves with our queens. Queens are set up behind this Beyond, going for a 3rd CC. So economic opener this time out of Beyond. He is switching gears. Is shifting things up quite a bit. As we should be seeing a starport. There we go, starport's on the way. So it's going to be a 3cc 111. 3cc into, I imagine, Banshee play. Let's see if we throw down that initial tech lab and go for the add-on swap, or if we embrace something a little bit different. And there it is, tech lab's on the way. We have the tech lab. Meanwhile, that is a very fast lair. Oh my god, Wayne, he doesn't want to respond. He doesn't want to react to his opponent. He wants to be the aggressor. He wants to dictate the pace of the game with that fast lair. What could it be? Okay, could be Link Queen Nidus. Link Queen Nidus all-in is the first thing that pops into my mind, just because we have 2 gases. We have rich Vespine, or sorry, rich minerals as well. Oh, but no, we're taking all 4 gases. 3 Reaper Scouts. Big scout here for Bjorn. These gases, they should not be taken. They're very early. We scout all 4 gases and the lair as well. This screams 2 base muta. Bjorn knows. Bjorn sees everything he needs to, and alas, Wayne, do we shift things up? Do we cancel gases? Do we not mine from them? Do we throw down the Nidus instead? No, we don't. We embrace it. It is 2 base muta. The Spire has been thrown down, and Bjorn is fully aware. Bjorn didn't see the Spire itself, but seeing 4 gases in a fast lair, it's the only thing it can be. Honestly, it's the only thing it can be. It's the only thing viable. The other thing it could be is maybe 2 base Swarm Host, but that is a very rare build that not many people embrace. If this was Eric, he does embrace 2 base Swarm Host, true, in this matchup with the Invitation Pit. But yeah, Bjorn should be known. He should be aware. Behind this bio play, we have time before we can throw down the turrets. Spire is halfway done. And Bjorn most likely will want to rescout and reconfirm, because there is a chance, checking the vision of Bjorn, there is a chance that maybe the gases were cancelled and we confirm. We're trying to. Banshee dips in. Doesn't commit. Spire will finish up. And back at home, Bjorn should be getting ready. Hellions are moving out, Marines are amassing. Someone asking. Here we go, as Lings are moving out across the map. Wayne cutting workers at 41. He's going all in. Oh my god, this I was not quite expecting. But Wayne staying on a very, very low drone count. So it's not just 2-base Muta. We're also moving out with everything else, with the Queens, with the Lings as well. Meanwhile, a massive shout out to Colossi in the chat. Colossal Gulp, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you smoged as little as possible and had some joy in your life. Hope you had some learning, Papi. Hope you enjoyed yourself. But thank you so much for the raid. We appreciate the support. Meanwhile, Wayne is still not droning. He's still not droning. He's still not setting up. As Mutas do move out across the map. They hit the natural. Turret is done. Boys are being pulled. And the Marines, they focus on the Mutas. Oh my god, so many Mutas go down. And Bjorn is holding. Bjorn, he holds. He defends. He does protect that natural. Meanwhile, Wayne is still hyper committed. He's still all in. Still all in as Mutas, they try to hit the main base. We're still massing up more Lings. And no bunkers, by the way. So Bjorn is cutting corners. Bold move. I mean, Bjorn doesn't know how all in Wayne is. Bjorn is in the dark. But we have those Widow Mines. Oh, speaking of! Oh my god, massive connections. Widow Mine shots go up on the Mutas. Boys are being pulled once again. Lings, they flood into the main. The Mine shot! Would you respond in time? Would you pull away? Decent connection nonetheless, and the Marines, they're going to be able to chase this down. There's just not enough Lings, not enough DPS, not enough Zerg here in the main base of Bjorn. And Bjorn, he shuts us down. GG gets called. Bjorn takes game number 2 and a 2-0 lead in the finals. GG. GG, well played. Bjorn does take the lead here, does take game 2. Again, Wayne being cheeky, going 2-base Muta. I was not expecting the all-in, and maybe that's why he committed, because sure, even though the 2-base Muta was scattered by Bjorn, even though Bjorn was aware of what was going on, I'm sure he wasn't quite expecting that level of aggression. But we had some nice movement out of Bjorn. He was able to pull the boys when need be. He was able to respond, pull away, get into the middle line, and protect his Marines and survive. And just, yeah, pull off a beautiful defense. GG. GG, well played. Very nicely done here out of Bjorn. And now Bjorn is 1 game away from claiming the series. One más. One more is all he needs. Meanwhile, the pressure is now on Wayne to fight back. The pressure is on. Colossal learn. Yeah. I hope you learned a lot today. All the learning. I wish I could learn. Not all of us can. Sometimes we're trapped and stuck in the smudge. For now though, we're settling in and spawning in the top right hand corner of Alkione. We have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. 1 game away from taking the series. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the, oh my god, going for a proxy. We have the Red Zerg player representing Starlight Twinkle down in this series, but he's spicing things up even further, going for the proxy hatch across the map. Let's go. Send it, papi. It is Wayne. We're doubling down. Now, I'm interested to see how this dynamic works out. What I mean by that, 2x Reaper. It's going to be 2x Reaper. We're going to have an abundance of Reapers early on. And we shouldn't scout this, but I'm concerned that the Reapers are going to build up, they're going to move out across the map, and we won't have much at home to defend. It's going to be a hatch pool opener by Wayne. It's going to be a delayed gas geyser, but a gas nonetheless. This should be a Roach Rush. Yeah. Okay, so it's going to be double gas. It's going to be a Roach Rush here out of Wayne. Roach is going to be reinforcing across the map with the proxy hatch. And Bjorn, will he scout this? He will. With 2x Reaper, he will scout. He will confirm. The question is, how much time will he have to respond? How much time to respond? How much time to react? There's a Roach Warren. Roach Warren's on the way. Reapers are moving out. I see in the chat. Thanks a million for all you do and streaming on YouTube. Much appreciated. You're welcome, Pap. You're welcome. Always. We appreciate your support. We appreciate you watching. Gracias. Do appreciate it as the initial Reaper is moving out across the map. Reaper is moving out. Meanwhile, we have yet to scout, yet to confirm what's going on. The Roach Warden's about to finish and show us those roaches. They're on the way. Roaches are on the way. Beyond confirms the hatchery is missing. He might check the gold, or will he check the third base? He will! Beyond up. He does confirm the creep. He's aware of the proxy. Bunker's on the way. And we might have to pull the boys. Yeah, a couple of boys are being pulled. I say a couple. A lot of the boys are being pulled here to repair, to keep the bunker alive. If the bunker finishes, we can hold. Ravagers are amassing. Again, waiting on 15 drones. Double gas. 2 Ravagers on the way. You have a third, soon to be a 4th Ravager as well. But we're buying time. The bunker is done. And with the power of the bunker, with the power of these SCVs, we can repair, we can hold on. And buy time for the Marauders. The first Marauder has arrived. Again, a quick response here by Bjorn. Has Marauders. He's got the repairs. Only 1 bunker instead of 2, which is a little bit risky. But as the Marauder count gets higher, I mean, things are looking better and better for Bjorn. Avoiding those biles. Getting up to a 5th Ravager. Still holding the line. Now I have 2 Marauders. Stim is on the way. Concussive Shell did research. So up to those 5 Ravagers. Not bad. Oh. Getting a 6th Ravager as well. Eventually we will knock down this bunker. Eventually. It's gonna fall. Threatening the Roach Ravager. No major losses yet. Still a very tense position here for both players. As Wayne is completely all in. Ooh. 1 bile does connect. That's actually a pretty big bile. Takes down a Marine. Almost takes down the Marauder. Almost. Ooh. We get 2 SCVs. Beyond a little bit late to pull away. Beyond slipping up a little bit. Going to be repaired. We did pull extra boys. And Beyond is pushing forward. He snipes one of the Ravagers. Massive pickup. Gets a 2nd Ravager as well. Ay, ay, ay. 2 Ravagers so far, and Stim is almost done. It's taking too long. It's taking far too long. Beyond has bought a lot of time. The bunker refuses to go down. 1 bunker is all you need. 1 bunker. The boys. And of course, man with gun. And Stim is done in 10 seconds. We're 10 seconds away. Once we have Stim, we can dive on the army. We can just dive on this army. We don't have that much to work with, but... And we have to be careful with how and when we Stim. And we Stim in! Here we go for the dive. No fear here out of Beyond. He does focus on 1, 2, 3 of the Ravagers. All the Ravagers are going to be going down, and the army just crumbles. The Biles do zone back Beyond. But we're down to 4 Ravagers. Up! Ooh, big connection. Bile does connect. That was so much going down. That was 7 Ravagers falling. We're down to 4. Extra boys being pulled. I mean, Beyond's on 25 SCVs. He can afford to lose some of these workers. He can afford to pull the boys. And we Stim in once again. We Stim in, and we're gonna clean this up. Beyond looking to go for the perfect finale here in the grand finals of ESL Americas 239. We down to 2 Ravagers, 1 Ravager, 1 Roach. GG gets called, and Beyond will take the series 3-0, becoming this week's ESL Open Cup Americas champion. GG. GG, well played. Bjorn will take it. Wayne was hyper aggressive this series. He went for, again, a 2-base all-in last game with 2-base Muta into a Ling Flood. Here in game 3, we had the proxy hatch across the map for a Roach Ravager all-in. Unfortunately, Bjorn did open up 2-Rax Reaper, so he was able to scout early on, was able to confirm, able to switch into Marauder production real quick, and set up beautifully on the low ground. Again, Bjorn has a lot of practice defending against 2-base all-ins, or against Roach all-ins specifically with that opener. 2 years ago, or last year even I should say, in 2023, he was kind of put through the ringer against Dark, against Shin, when Beyond did initially popularize this build, and he did work through the kinks, again with the bunkers, with his SCVs, with the Marauder production. Nicely done here by Beyond. And with that, congratulations to Beyond, as he is our back-to-back champion. For those who were not here last night, I recommend the VODs. I recommend the VODs because we casted ESL Asia last night. It was an intense finals. It was a TVT between Beyond and Clem, and Beyond also 3-0'd Clem last night. He 3-0'd Clem here this morning. He 3-0's Wayne, and Beyond, he is this week's ESL Asia and America's champion. GG, well played. Beyond, he's all over it. And this week, what I will say though is that we are missing some players. We're missing Dark, we're missing Hero, missing Classic. A lot of the Koreans though, they are hiding their builds. A lot of the Koreans, they are intentionally not playing in these online tournaments to prepare for EWC. The Esports World Cup is in a week or something like that. It's coming up. It's right around the corner. So make sure you keep your eyes out for it. Let me just quickly double check. Esports World Cup. When exactly does it begin? It says here August 14th. So next week. Next week is the Esports World Cup, and players, they're getting ready. They're going to be traveling next week as well. The players are securing themselves and preparing for the biggest event in quite some time, if not in the history of StarCraft. I'd have to double check that, but EWC, there's a massive prize pool and a lot on the line. A lot on the line there for EWC. So best of luck to all the players participating. Best of luck to everyone traveling over. Best of luck to players like Maru, Kyor, Clem, Beyond, Gumiho, Coffee, Spirit, and everyone, Papi, everyone. All the Terrans, the Zergs, and the Protoss players. Best of luck. And yeah, if you're out there, if you're a fan of StarCraft, do consider supporting it. Do consider watching and tuning in, of course. It is kind of the pinnacle, the climax of the past year and a half of StarCraft. As a reminder, Katowice this year was not the World Finals. This, the Esports World Cup, is the World Finals of StarCraft. Oh boy. So yeah, best of luck to all the coverage as well and all the casters. I don't know if we're going to co-stream. I do have I have to fill out an application, and we can get permission to co-stream. We may as well like have like a bit of a viewing party for EWC. We'll see if we can work something out. We'll figure it out. It's gonna ruin our sleep schedule. Obviously, it's already ruined. It's but it is something to look forward to. Thanks for casting, lad. Enjoy your rest. Oh, thank you. Let me play with your kitties. Thank you. Thank you for resubscribing for 4 months with Twitch Prime. Thank you for the support. It's thanks to the support that we get in the chat that we're able to do this as often as we do. That we're able to cast as much StarCraft as we do. So thank you. And yes, I am going to bed. It is 1 p.m. here in Australia, 1 p.m. in the afternoon, and I didn't get much sleep. I was streaming. I was doing a ladder stream last night, and I laddered until like 3 a.m. in the morning. Then I went to bed. Then I woke up at 7 a.m. So yeah, 4 hours sleep, 4 hours of sleep today, and it's not good. It's not good. I need to sleep a little bit more. But if you're interested in some of my solo content, I'm gonna be laddering once I wake up. I don't know when, like maybe in 4 or 5 hours, maybe 6 hours. Whenever I wake up, I'm gonna be laddering on my personal channel. Currently here on the CranKy Ducklings, we do make sure that CranKy Ducklings is like more of a professional space. Like we only cast here. We do like podcasts or maybe like some like group like team game sort of stuff. We have that for the CranKy Ducklings. When it comes to personal ladder sessions and ladder streams, light VIP, light_VIP on Twitch. You can click on the Twitch title and it'll take you there. I don't stream on YouTube just because I listen to copyrighted music, so I don't stream to YouTube when it comes to my personal ladder streams. But I might change that in the future. We'll see. And especially because WTL is wrapping up, we do have less broadcasts this week and in the coming weeks. So I'm going to be laddering a lot more often. I'm going to be streaming a lot more often, and I barely was able. I streamed like like twice this year. Like I've barely been able to ladder, barely been able to stream, but I want to make up for that. I want to make up for lost time. I enjoy playing StarCraft. I enjoy improving. I might stream Stormgate at some point. I've yet to play Stormgate. Fun facts. I've been enjoying it, you know, like watching from afar, somewhat. But I haven't embraced it yet, just because I'm waiting for the game to be patched. For those who don't know, Stormgate does not allow custom key bindings. It has some customization, but it's quite limited in its customization. And I use the core. If you're familiar with the core is a unique custom like hotkey setup for StarCraft 2. And I'm like, you know, if I'm gonna play Stormgate, I want to adapt the core to it. And right now you can't adapt it. Just because of those limitations. Frost Giant did make a post a couple of days ago, and they said that they've heard the feedback, they've heard the people asking for it, and they will provide custom key bindings soon TM. So I'm like, okay, cool. I'll be able to play Stormgate soon TM. So until then, until that update is implemented, until they add those custom key bindings, then I probably won't touch Stormgate yet until that happens. And once it does, we'll play some ladder. We'll see how we like it. I'll be honest. I'll be frank. I don't know if I'm going to enjoy Stormgate. Like, I've seen a little bit of it here and there. What I enjoy at StarCraft is the pace of the game. It is quite a fast game, and Stormgate is a little bit slower paced. That's from what I've heard from people that have played it, from pros that have played it, and likewise from what I've seen as well. So we'll see. I mean, I'm a fan of RTS. Like, I played like Warcraft 3 back in the day. I played Brood War. I played like AoE 1, and even AoE 4 when it came out. Like Dawn of War. Like, I'm a big fan of RTS games. Age of Mythology. I didn't play Command and Conquer. I missed out on that. But I played a lot of RTSs growing up, and I do enjoy them. So I'm probably gonna play it, at least, you know, to enjoy it as well. But whether it comes to the CranKy Ducklings casting Stormgate events, we'll see. I mean, there's a lot of hype around it, and a lot of people are jumping on the Stormgate bandwagon, so we might do so a little bit as well. But whether it takes priority over StarCraft, never. We'll always be there for StarCraft, always. But you know, it's always worth like checking out some of these newer games and branching out, whether it's Stormgate, whether it's Immortal Gates of Pyre, whether it's Battle Aces, or any other upcoming RTSs. We'll definitely give it a chance, but we'll see how we enjoy it. I'll be honest, I am concerned that I won't like it. Like, I want to like Stormgate, I just don't know if I will, is the problem. So yeah, that's my concern. Especially if a lot of people hop over, and if Stormgate grows, and if I'm not in love with it, then it's like, ah, smooch. But we'll see. You know, I haven't played it yet, so I can't like prejudge it too much. And Stormgate's also going to change over time as well, right? Like Stormgate, it's still a work in progress, and that's also why it's hard to be too critical of Stormgate, because the reality is that Stormgate in 6 months is going to be very different to the Stormgate that we see right now. So it is going to change and improve over time, I'm sure. So yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm sure it's going to be a great time. I'm sure it's going to be enjoyable. Otherwise, I guess we'll see you guys next time. I guess we'll see you guys. I'll see you guys, for those that tune in for the ladder session, like in 5 or so hours. Otherwise, I'll see you for the next broadcast. Our next cast is going to be in a couple of days. Quickly checking the calendar here. Remember, there's no Kung Fu Cup this week. There's no World Team League this week. Because of that, our next cast is going to be on the weekend. Saturday and Sunday is going to be Sea Duckling Open and Sparkling Tuna Cup. It looks like we have a couple of days off. If we're able to get things ready in time, I do want to bring back the Pondcast, and I do want to have basically like a talk show for StarCraft. We're going to bring it back. Maybe this week, maybe next week. We might need some time to get it ready. But because World Team League is wrapping up for the season, we have some extra days, so we'll be looking to bring that back as well. Either this week or next week, we'll figure it out. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna go get some sleep, and yeah, we'll see you guys when we see you. I'll see you guys next time in a couple of days, or later on tonight. Otherwise, hope you had a great time. Hope you had a great week. Hope you enjoy the rest of your week as well, and I'll see you guys when we see you. Until then, Hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego. Also, follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. Support us on Patreon, all things CranKy Ducklings. We'll see you guys next time. Bye. Bye. Hasta luego.